we go. Since the character needed a roll of 4. The value in the upper limit of the duration of the effects is applied by all matter which inhibit the ability to move our actions. True remaining common. Can you learn about the differences of specific examples? Damage over time effects have, such as, for example, bleeding, start of the damage, indefinite burning. Man, if they had to put this many, like, explanations in it. The value is the upper limit of the duration of effects inflicted by all party members which inhibit the ability. But it says max duration for hard crowd control effects on party. Normal puts it at 2. You go back to story, and it goes to unlimited. Okay, so let's ask that question then. Control effects. Okay. So it is what I thought it was. They just wrote it fucking funny. 1. We're not doing that crap. Excluding. I don't know. Let's leave it at 50. I do like my commissars. So these two? Literally these two. P. Molden. P. Moiled? Not sure if I'm pronouncing the second half of that correct. But welcome in. How you doing? What are you up to?
Something of interest.
What's the backstory of the question? Are you talking about the game? The Rogue Trader series? Or are you talking about my specific character? Not sure how much longer I'll be up, but hey Kyle, welcome in. How you doing, bud? And I do appreciate you stopping by, even if it's just to say hi. Your character? I don't know. I haven't got to that part yet. I played this game once when it first came out, and then I never finished it because the combat took fucking forever. And I know there's been some changes, so I don't know what all the choices are anymore.
A new challenge for me.
Let my fury rain down upon...
Applaud my brilliance.
Perfect. You didn't stand a chance.
Got to be in your wheelchair today? Or yesterday? Nice. That's outstanding. Once per combat, when the wounds of death of your character would be dropped by 30%, they gain 20% as temporary. Yeah, I don't know about that. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain plus 10 stacks and never stop shooting. And at the start of their turn, this percentage chance the first attack per round causes 0 action points and not count towards. A -5? Ah. All allies, excluding Xenos in the party, gain a +5 of the same characteristic as Trust. He's finest. But there's no stat increase here. So Fortress World. Play the crap out of Skyrim. Nice. I'm debating between those two right now. Imperial World? Fortress World. Well, the Imperial World, I don't lose anything. The only thing that I gotta worry about is no heresy. Which, that's fine. I think we'll do that. Hey, Midwest Toaster. How's it going? Welcome in, bud. Let's see, what are we going to do with our character? He's going to be shooting? And a talker. He's going to be a shooter and a talker. Let's see what the little outfits look like. Oh, that's nice. No heretics in this house. Facts. Matter of fact, we should probably go get the purity seal for the computer. My purity seal sitting over on the bookshelf over there with my Warhammer 40k models. I just played Forza for 6 to 8 hours straight. But I got on my wrist. But I got all my wristbands. Are the wristbands like to unlock different like racetracks and stuff like that, or different modes? I've never played Forza, so only took 40. Yes. Okay. Cool. That's pretty cool. Are you familiar with Warhammer 40,000 Midwest Toaster? So let's see here. I know what the Arbonies do. But let's see, what do they actually give us, weapon-wise? Can wield two-handed shotguns in one hand. Damn. One-handed stock baton or a one-handed 10% parry, reduced weapons. Really? And what are you giving me? Ballistic skill, fellowship, corrosion, yeah. Like the lore that I have. Watch/read. I'm a huge fan of it. I've been a fan of this for Let's see, it's 2026 now. I've been a fan of this universe for over 30 years. Ballistic and Fellowship. I kind of dig that Arbites, but then +7. If we go with that, this makes more sense then. Which then means which changed absolutely nothing. See, and that changes that. I wonder why the Arbiter doesn't change.
I'll see you terminated!
Man, I kind of want to... Let me see something here. Simpsons nerd ads. Oh, I got a Marines ad, a Logitech mouse ad, and a wedding ring ad. Interesting choices. I'll have to mess with that later. See, what is that beard? That beard is... No, that's too scruffy. Man, I think I liked mine looked better though. I'm gonna just do this with the Arbites, because I don't... The other thing is the picture has... a prosthetic, has a robot leg there. But you can't put robot parts on the character model. So let's go with that, because like that, being able to use my ballistic skill for everything, the Arbiter can parry attacks with ranged weapon. To calculate the parry chance, ballistic skill is used instead. So then that goes back to focus with the shooting, Fortress World with the shooting. Alright, so that's what we're doing. We're going to do that. For every target, there's a bullet. Your former squad was responsible for eradicating heretics and who defined Lex Imperialis. You learned to utilize different ammo types for the best suit situations. By choosing your arsenal wisely, your leader's resistance completed for the God Emperor's name. Enemies attacked until the Arbiter's next turn. Shrunken attacks deal 40 plus corrosion. Death sentence. Dashes through enemies. This makes it so my character doesn't support anybody in the team, though. That makes them really good, but they don't support anybody in the team either. That's... can only be used once per combat. That's not really helping it either. Never stop shooting. Yeah, no, there's not real. Okay, so let's see what these actually do. So this one's going to be very shotgun focused. Is it all shotgun focused? Shotgun mastery. I don't want to do this one just because this has me... Well, we're shotgun focused. Rushing through my enemies... can only be used with a shield equipped. Ooh, shotgun and shield combo? Enemies hit the arbiter or their familiar. We get a familiar? The shotgun attack reduced dodge, parry, and block. The shotgun attack reduces the dodge for 1 round, regardless of whether they're hit or not. Damage from the attack is reduced by half. Okay, in Arbiter's Order of the Voice, your squad is charged with collecting the sacred tithe from debtors, suppressing resistance zone. Your command bellows the unshakable confidence honed by years of service, making allies and offenders alike comply. For none dare protest when given the voice of your will. Voice to will. Hundreds of criminals have fallen on their knees and begged for mercy upon hearing your deafening order to surrender. All of them faced harsh judgment. If there are 2 or more enemies in a 2-cell radius around the Arbiter, no critical hits can be scored against the Arbiter or their familiar. What's this familiar business? Whenever the enemy adjacent to the Iron River gets up, prone enemy attacks. Detestable lie. Before your ascension, you were squad was tasked with Squeaking King Claws riding. As long as you have a shield, you're prepared to face anything on the outside. Can you wield a shield and a shotgun at the same time? Let's see here. Rogue Trader. Okay. I can do it. We're gonna do it with the subductor. You escorted a time the sinkers aboard a black ship. The terrors of the warp left your soul herald, deterring ever trapping forbidden knowledge. I wanted it. Managed to survive, but never fully recovered from the torture. Being tortured fucking sucks. That is for sure. You were defrauded by a group of clerks in the service of a rogue trader while collecting a tithe shipment. You will never be able to prove that you were not the one responsible for the discrepancy. No. What is this? Existence of negative effects. No. I don't need knowledge of the warp. You can give that to somebody else. Okay, so we all go to Exemplar. Damn. These must be the familiars they were talking about. Can they all do Overseer? They can. Okay. Grants an ally an extra turn. If the officers forces an ally themselves the characteristic finest hour. Which grants an ally an extra turn. I mean, giving allies extra turns might... Officer, Overseer, Exemplar? If I'm going to be an officer, granting others turns. Overseer. The officer's fellowship is halved. Does any do I want to be an arbiter at that point? What are you giving me? Yeah, no. I want to be the arbiter. With the subductor. Okay. Need ideas for an edit? Need ideas for an edit. Any ideas? You'll have to give me more context. An edit of what? Yeah, what should I do? What topic or thing? But I mean, like, is this a paper for school? Is this just an article you're writing? Is this a artwork piece you're doing? An edit of what? What? I need more context of what that is. Okay, the Firestorm Frigate is a modification of the Sword class, designed to deliver fire strikes against larger enemy ships, not shying away from engagements. Okay, so this is still all the same. High speed, respectable survivability. Let's go with that one. Like a video edit thing, like to like a TikTok story. Sorry, it's for. And is it something like, are you wanting it to serve a purpose? Like educate? Be comedy? Shed light on a serious issue the world's facing? Be something social justice related? Being something inspirational? Is it something you're just going to like do a voiceover of? Is it something you're going to act out? Is it something you're going to put like a slideshow together for? Is it a motion animation thing? Because I don't do TikTok, so I'll send you one on the Discord I've done. Okay. Servant of his glory, secret of heaven, atonement of... Harbinger. Harbinger of the Emperor's will. Harbinger of the Emperor. Let's go with that one. Harbinger of the Emperor. I can dig it. I like it. Let me know when you sent it, so that way I can do the, I can take a gander at it. Now, there's a little bit that I've seen in this game when I first tried playing it, but I have not completed this game, and I didn't get very far in this game. And it's been over 2 years since I've played it. So there's a lot that I just simply won't remember or never got to experience. So there's going to be a lot of probably making uninformed decisions here, because I'm going to do this blind. So I don't know what's going to be good choices and what's not going to be good choices. Just so everybody who is watching is aware. And they're all over Discord file. And got an ad. Okay. Let me know when the ad's done. Don't want anyone to miss the introduction. P Moiled. Do you have a favorite background that you like choosing for your character? Because I'm guessing you've played this before based on the question you started out with. So, just so everyone's aware, what we're waiting on is the ads to finish over on Twitch, because I don't want people to miss the introduction portion at minimum. Done. Okay. Cool. Have you sent? I haven't gotten anything yet. Are you gonna send one of those things so I can have more context to the type of videos you're doing? And here we go. Let's get the introduction out of the way, minimum. For those that don't know, Warhammer 40,000, the entire universe, started originally in the 80s as a rogue trader. That was the original start for this universe.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
So on the right, select the reply by clicking on it and pressing the corresponding keyboard. Okay. You're uploading it to Metal and it will make a link. Okay. I'll approach you, gazing down to the depths of the vast lower decks. All ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense, it's enough to make one think that the architect meant to compensate rather than glorify. Such excess can be tiring at times, truly awe-inspiring. Who are you? That it come across as sincere. Let's go. We met.
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
So you're the spy master, Raj. You can hover your cursor over highlighted words and learn more about them in the tooltips. Cool. Sent you a link. Take a look when you feel... Okay. Well, let's take a gander. Okay, so you... Make sure to mute 100% copyright. Okay. So you make car videos? Is that what I'm seeing there? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably, if it's car stuff, if it's hip, trendy things, I'm probably not the right person for that to get input from. I'm an antisocial, military background, violent individual who loves history and grim, dark universes, who is very actually about lores in the universes that I choose to commit my time to. So as far as like what's hip and trendy, not a fucking clue. What car related stuff, honestly, I really don't like new cars. My cars that I liked and that I like are the cars from the, I would say from about 58, 59. Yeah, about 59 to about 73. That time period of vehicles that were made from about 58, from 1958 to 1973. There's a few that go into 75, but that chunk of time for vehicles, those vehicles, beautiful works of art that I love looking at them. I love going to classic car shows. I owned a it was a 1960, what was it, 1965 Ford Fairlane at one point. But yeah, classic cars, totally my thing. Those nice muscle cars with the steel fucking bodies that are designed to be as much of an artwork piece as a muscle car that can just be a beast of machinery, right? Those things I liked. Need something other than cars. Well, I like war. I like history. And there's actually a piece of history and a piece of war that I think that doesn't get appreciated enough or talked about enough. And the places that you do find it talked about, they don't do it justice. They don't do it service. And it's World War One. World War One is probably the most important conflict in all of human history. There isn't any conflict that I can possibly think of that comes close to touching the importance and the significance that that one war had. The problem is that World War One, anytime, well, the majority of the time anyways, that you find documentaries or books or videos or clips or whatever about them, it's done from a era and a person, an era and a person, or a person who lacks storytelling ability. You're talking about an era where the previous conflicts, all the way up to this point, right? Casualties in a war that were produced were done by small arms fire, right? Rifles. Yes, there was cannons. Yes, we had that stuff. Yes, we had other things like the swords and all of that. But small arms fire usually accounted in previous conflicts for around 85% of all casualties produced. This war was the first time where that wasn't the case. Artillery accounted for something like 60% of all battlefield casualties during the war. It was the first time that we figured out how to mass kill each other on a scale the world to this day still has not seen. The amount of casualties and the way that we went about killing each other wasn't even repeated in World War II. They industrialized warfare for the very first time, and we didn't know what we were doing as a human species. We introduced tanks for the first time. We had to develop tanks because we couldn't get through lines. We had aircraft for the first time. That was a thing that was never done before. And because some pilot, some joker, thought it would be funny looking down, because originally planes, they would fight each other, and then they would provide surveillance of troop movement and trench layouts and artillery placement, and they would report back. But one guy thought it would be funny because he saw a group of enemy soldiers marching in formation below if he dropped a hand grenade. And that was the first time that planes started bombing people, right? Like, these changes that took place during World War I are the most significant impacts that have ever happened in human history, because it changed the way we conducted warfare. It changed the way we conducted diplomacy and alliances, because it was the first time that large of a scale of an alliance was called into action for war, right? Like, that is the single most important event in human history. And most of the people that did the documentaries were done during a time period where storytelling wasn't important. Thus, they come out fucking dry, boring, very monotone, and dull. And it's just like, no. Look into the conflict itself. It was one of the most interesting event ever. We were using fucking medieval tactics during that time period, where we brought back the tunnelers. We used to have sappers that would tunnel under castle walls to weaken the walls, so that way when we hit it with ballistas, catapults, trebuchets, and things like that, the wall would collapse and it would create gaps for troops to rush through. We brought that back in World War I, where we were digging underneath enemy lines to plant explosives to create gaps in lines so that we could break through. Like, man, that was such a significant event in human history that is so underappreciated and under-talked about. And here we are in the modern time, right? Year is 2026, and guess what? We're back to trench warfare. We're back to the same fucking shit we were using in World War I. I think it's time to revitalize the talking about and the sharing of the history, the tactics, and the things that made World War I as important and significant as it was, because those same events and those same tactics are being brought back into play today. We're looking at a conflict where it's not just Ukraine and Russia fighting each other. We're looking at a conflict where the entirety of Europe is preparing for this. The entirety of Europe is doing and has been doing a military buildup. They've been getting their industrial complex up and running and switched over to wartime manufacturing. They've been reinforcing borders to the point where, in fact, a couple countries have started pulling out of treaties and agreements about not using mines in warfare anymore, right? And then you've got other countries like Korea who hasn't been in an armed conflict since the 50s, submitting troops to the front lines, right? You've got China building up its navy to be in support of, right? You've got these massive background diplomacy negotiations going on. So you have a little bit of World War I battlefield tactics. You've got the World War I diplomacy being built up on that scale, being built up today, right? But we've also taken a little piece of World War II. Prior to World War II, Spain, which, as we all know, was neutral during World War II, had a civil war. And it led to a policy of appeasement. World War II, before it kicked off, Spain had their civil war between the government forces and a rebellion force. The rebellion force was sided by the Germans. The British and French sided with the government forces. The Germans wanted to test out new technology and new tactics, the Blitzkrieg. The Germans and the British and the French wanted to see how they would fare against it. But nobody wanted to openly declare war against each other. So they fought this proxy war to test new technology, to test new tactics, to see where everyone stood. And when the British and the French fucking lost hard, that changed the way that diplomacy and negotiations went forward. So when Germany started making demands for, like, the Sudetenland in Austria, right? The British adopted a policy of appeasement because they knew they couldn't beat them tactically at that point. Blitzkrieg was a British idea. It was a... The Blitzkrieg was a concept that was loosely adopted and started being kind of used during World War I. The groundwork of it was being used by World War I, kind of by... The British were a huge part of laying the foundation for it, but the actual Blitzkrieg itself was German, because they figured out how to adapt modern technologies and perfect them as tactics. So they were the ones that made it as efficient and effective as it was. And the British at the time and the French at the time couldn't stop it. So that's why they started appeasing them and giving them whatever they fucking wanted, because they knew they couldn't beat them. So they had to start building up their forces in the background. And we're seeing that now. We're seeing that whole... everyone's testing tactics. Ukraine is a battlefield of new weaponry and new tactics and proofs of concept. We've started with drone warfare. We started with counter-drone warfare. There was a city in Ukraine that was taken completely by unmanned robot vehicles and drones. There wasn't a single infantryman involved, right? Like, so this is that battlefield of Spain prior to World War II. And then the human part of it is using World War I tactics. So World War I is going to have a huge influencing significance on it. And the thing about it is, humans are creatures of habit. And as history goes on, we forget history because it's not convenient, it's not pretty, it doesn't fit whatever shifts in societal and cultural thinking that we've made as a species, right? So we start ignoring, rewriting, or deliberately not teaching. And as a result, we end up repeating those same mistakes. We end up repeating those same tactics. We repeat the same behaviors. So maybe World War I might be a thing that you could incorporate, but in a more entertaining way than's been told before. Because that's something that's always been super important. However, it's always been dull and dry and monotone and boring as fuck when they teach. But it is literally the most important thing, and we're watching it replay out now in modern times. All quiet on the Western Front. The army Honestly, All Quiet on the Western Front's one of my favorite books. It was the first novel that I ever read cover to cover. Fucking love that book. Literally my favorite book. At what point do you think the war will just be machines? Never. It's not possible. The war will never be just machines. And it's for two reasons. A machine is limited as far as its ability to notice detail. And there's a level of detachment from an operator behind a screen and an operator in the front line dealing with it. And when you have civilians in battle spaces, you have to have a human component to comfort, control, corral, whether it's positive, negative, persuading, comforting, or intimidating and cowing. You need a human component to counter the human components of the civilian aspects on the battlefield. The other thing is, robots are great and fantastic and all, but we are deliberately designing tech to counter them. So you'll still always forever need human components and when it comes to warfare. Now, the scale of that human component dramatically changes as technology progresses. That is factual, but there will always be a human component. Jumping in and out, don't mind. Have a good stream. All right, SKV, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful evening or day, depending on what time zone it is over there. But yeah, so World War I, that would be my suggestion. But again, I also probably not the best one to ask because I'm not into. I don't know what's trendy right now. So let's see. My name is. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking in person before. Marshal Scareborne von Adelgard.
My regards, Marshal. The Adeptus Arbites are famous for their unbending will and keen instinct for uncovering hidden webs of conspiracy and scheming. This is admittedly a priceless skill for someone destined for a path as special as yours.
Not even going to post just for funsies. Something you sent me? Let me see. Ooh. That's a good looking car. Ooh, it's got a 351. Ah, it's got the front fin. Nice. And the back tail. That's a good looking car. Not referring to it. What you said about no, it's true. Oh, you're just doing it for yourself for fun. Okay. I can't pronounce it. I'm shit with pronunciation. So I'm going to type it. There's a specific battle. It was part of the Battle of the Somme. Battle of Somme. Somme. Sorry. Battle of the Somme. There's a... You can actually see it. But the battle where this crater was created, and again, I can't pronounce it, so I'm just going to type it out here. That one is probably one of the more significant events of the war. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was the largest explosion at that time period that was a man-made explosion that the world had seen. And it was done by tunnelers. They had tunneled under German lines and they had planted a shit ton of explosives to the point where when it did destroy the German lines, when it blew up, to this day, you can still go there and it's a giant fucking crater that sometimes is filled with water from the rains. But it was like the single highest loss of life from a single action of World War One. And when I say single action, I mean one thing done, not a battle, not a full-scale battle, not a full-scale engagement or anything like that, just like one act. That destroyed so many fucking lives. And it was really the point where it showed the level of effectiveness of the tunnelers of World War One.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Contains 60,000 pounds of hormonal exposed to. Yeah, yeah, that was done by tunnelers. Like, that was such a significant event. And like I said, there's just so many of these things that happened during the war that people have forgotten about. People don't talk about enough. But again, we're proving in modern times, right now, in real time, that we're going back to these tactics. And if we're going to go back to trench warfare, then we need to also start looking at and educating and reminding ourselves what trench warfare looked like and what people did to counter trench warfare. What people did to build successful trenches, right? What did a successful trench line look like? What did you do to stop it? What did you do to counter that, right? Because that's how war is conducted. It's, if my enemy is doing this, how do I get around that, or how do I stop that? Well, I'm going to do this. And then they go, well, if they're going to do this, then how do I stop that? And it's just a cat and mouse back and forth until you reach either one that can't be stopped, or you reach a stalemate. Okay, Lord Captain, a strange title for Lady Theodora. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have you brought me here? You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities? Tell me about the one whose ship I found myself. You say I'm a rogue trader as heir, so there is a candidate. I assume there is another goal in mind. Do you seek when you decided to seek me out? Let us address it. Let's go with this one. I assume you have a goal. You have some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let's address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far.
I don't trust this motherfucker. I think he's... The voice actor... I don't know if it's the voice actor or if they were deliberately wrote the character this way, but the character comes off as slimy and hiding something. Like, I genuinely do not trust this. I think this individual's gonna betray us.
The Lord Captain and Master Ethelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
A new challenge for me? Victory awaits!
Honestly,
I'll
there's
lay
only
claim
one
to
thing
the
I remember
stars.
about this, and it's because there's a content creator that I like. And he's probably the most knowledgeable person I have ever seen when it comes to Warhammer 40,000 lore. And it's to the point where they call him Danny the Gatekeeper. But he is so well known in the Warhammer universe that they actually put him in this game in the Wall of Remembrance.
It's about time!
One of the von Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around.
Lehman
after
Russ,
your audience
ooh.
with the Lord Captain.
Was that a tarantula laser gun? It is. Tarantula gun. Right there. That's a Lehman Russ.
What's happening?
Servitors!
Run! The servitors have gone berserk! Annihilate them!
Damn.
All too easy. Not a problem for me.
How are we fucking missing? Literally, our primary skill is shooting, and we have not got a single shot.
Already done. Absolutely not. Die.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
I think that this dude is behind it all.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Yeah, ballistic skill. And weapon skill is melee. Yeah, so my ballistic skill is my primary thing, and I missed both of those shots. Yeah, don't know what that is. So these are just stone. But that's a standard Lehman Russ. Lehman Russ, yep. The Tarantula Sensory Gun, yep. Can we see what these are over here, too? Alloy.
Follow my lead.
It's a glow inside, so that's touched by the warp. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Piece of turbulence seen within the... That's kind of cool. Okay, so I can talk to a few of these, but I can't talk to all of them. You, actually. And ship. Alright. Threats have been eliminated. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we came from that direction. No, we can't interact with that door. Okay.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Says the man dressed in a peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension, his face, half of which is covered by thin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
Let's survey the room. Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appeared to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora van whatever her name is, features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high in proud posture, hands collapsed casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Next to the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate, which must be this dude. And the other is a behemoth bristling with a holster and baldricks containing all manner of weaponry. This guy?
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer.
The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched forced to look upon you. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Scareborne, approach and give me your answer.
Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Well, let's see. The spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case, if the population engages in xeno worship. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us the answer. My experience tells me that when wealth is involved, someone is trying to appropriate it. This looks like the actions of a criminal syndicate stealing extractors under the cover of barbaric rites. I am ready to land on a plan. Let's see. These reports of spirits sound like evidence of heresy. However, I would put my interests first. No matter what that means, I would have use of... Okay. Must be purged for the good of the Imperium. I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs in otherworldly powers and rule native Estonians. I did not know. Well, the thing is as a rogue trader, you're super powerful, right? So you would have access to... Rogue traders are literally the only beings in all of the Imperium of Man that operate outside of the law and oversight. And they are granted as such by the Emperor of Mankind himself or the Lords of Terra in later years. So they can do as they want. However, there are limitations. For example, it might cost several psychers. This would give us a definitive answer, yes. However, psychers are not easy to replace, even for rogue traders. They can, absolutely, but like even Space Marines struggle with replacing fucking psyker losses. Those spirits could be well natives for... They say spirits, and this game, in this universe, we do know that spirits exist because the Aldari, formerly known as the Eldar, they have gods of their own. We also know that there are various different chaos demons and beings of that caliber, which are technically spirits. So, if it was Xenos, this piece of information right here where it says, but any attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. So installing the equipment's failing. The equipment is still there though. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface have simply vanished overnight. If they have vanished, that means there's no sign of struggle, there's no sign of fight, there's no sign of combat. So it's not Xenos. Because if it was Xenos, the Xenos would have done a fighting thing. There would have been signs of a struggle, whether it's scorch marks, blood, whatever the case may be, bodies, some sort of level of destruction that would be observable. So we know it's not the Xenos. Psychers are expensive, though. Let's go with the lore warp on that.
Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years. Yet you speak of several.
Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you suggest that we use heretics, who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants.
Let's see, I gave a straight answer for a simple question, which, as I understand it, is still more than you could do. We are both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become any one of our status to engage in petty feuds? I find your tone most disagreeable, Arthur. You will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences. Shut your mouth before I decide to shut it for you. We are both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora, doesn't it? Let's go with this one. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand it, was still more than you could do.
Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
And he bows and leaves.
So, why are you here?
Was it not you who sent for me? I do not know just yet. I hope that you will clarify that. There are questions that I wish to have answered.
You are direct. I approve. But you will have to wait. There is something I want you to understand first.
Okay.
My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all.
Okay.
It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with Von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
Okay. I'm ready.
Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Wasn't that that dude we were just talking to, the Master of Whispers?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name Von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least. I have some time before the Navigator gives the signal to initiate the Void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
Let's see. An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is ancient. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
And anybody watching, if you have any questions at any point about the lore, the terms used, this universe, let me know. Huge fan of it. Gracious Lord, can't show the other. Don't fucking grovel.
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Okay.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
I haven't played Rogue Trader. Isn't it turn-based? It is, and if it wasn't for the fact that it's 40k, I wouldn't be doing it. The fact that it's Warhammer 40k, the fact that Assassin's Creed Valhalla is crashing constantly, the fact that I put 6 hours into Division last night to have the server reset twice, fail to connect once, and take away 5 of the control points that I spent 6 hours capturing. If it wasn't for those pieces of information, I wouldn't be doing this game. I really don't like turn-based stuff, but I will make the exception for a 40k game.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice?
Emperor, protect me.
A tactically sound approach.
Weapon at the ready. For the
Hot
glory of the Imperial.
damn.
Out of my way.
Ugh, my ears are ringing.
Death to non-believers.
My tactics are flawless.
76, 95, 95.
Suits my purpose. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Death to the weak. I serve the ruinous powers.
Chaos.
Chaos guides me.
But they're saying ruinous.
Abelard.
That's gotta hurt.
Follow my lead. Reduce to dust. One fewer target.
Break their morale. Death to the heretics.
They're saying ruinous powers. So they're not.
All too easy. You didn't stand a chance.
Dedicated to a single one. So they're Chaos Undivided?
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive.
Don't we love PC gaming? Right? Yeah, I don't understand PCs enough to be able to, like, start tweaking hardware and software and things like that, unfortunately. I can do the basic stuff with it, but, like, I don't have a intricate enough knowledge to be able to positively identify whatever the conflicts are that's causing the crashing of the games. But it's only Ubisoft games. Crazy enough. I'm so excited for Warhammer Tournament. Rocks. Ads. Okay, let me know when you guys are done with ads.
Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Victory awaits! None shall stand in my way.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
Damn. So, looks like we're getting more and more and more evidence to the fact that homie's a fucking traitor. Showing up after the fighting's done, walking us into a room where the servitors could have killed us. Like, he's just trying to clear the path so he can take over now that we know he's a fucking descendant of her.
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
It's not severe case, no. Assistance to those? No. Attempt a mutiny and a warp here. Who would attempt any mutiny? This motherfucker would attempt a mutiny. Because you're cut off from communications from the outside. And you can write this all off as an accident. It's a convenient cover.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration...
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
Let's go with I hear and obey.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I wish I could get proper gear. That would be fantastic. I have proper position since I'm more important person here. You can go in front of me and shield me from tension. Okay, clients from. Let's go.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Got retching pain. Yep, betrayal. Cool. Figured. I promised you a special destiny, Scareborne. It's time you fulfill it. Yep, fucking betrayal. Kinda figured.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful. How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
We're not begging for our life. We're not betraying Theodora. Asking him why he's doing it, it's fucking obvious. Would you be interesting? Would have been interesting if it gives you the option to join him. But why would you want to join him? Well, I guess there's Chaos players out there. I could see Chaos players wanting to join him. I myself am a loyal servant of the Emperor, though. Let's insult him. What is it, inbred? Your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
So who is this guy and all? Okay. So the Emperor of Mankind, the God Emperor, one of the things in the lore that he did at the end of the Unification Wars, after he unified all of Terra, Earth, is there were a lot of leaders and nobility and things of that nature that had significant influence that could still potentially be a threat. But he didn't want to wipe them out. He needed them to be other places. So what he did was he created the Rogue Traders. And the Rogue Traders were issued warrants of trade, which basically allowed them to do anything and everything that they see fit to expand the influence, control, and knowledge and wealth of the Imperium of Man, which is his empire. And it, at the same time, gets those same powerful, influential people out of Terra, where they are no longer a threat, and keeps them satisfied with their level of power to the point where they won't become a threat to the Emperor. And those warrants of trade are passed down through bloodlines. So when a rogue trader is nearing the end of their life, they must appoint an heir. And given the nature of the universe, there's usually a fuck ton of them. So they go through this process of trying to figure out who's going to be the next one to inherit the warrant of trade. The Master of Whispers, Conrad, he was originally one of those heirs. And then he ended up making mistakes which displeased Lady Theodora. And she removed him as a candidate. But he still serves her as the essential spy master for her. However, as we can tell, he's very upset by that. So now, he has been organizing all of this with the ruinous powers of chaos to remove the other heirs, to eliminate Theodora, and to take the warrant of trade for himself so that he has absolute authority and freedom to operate and do as he sees fit. Because again, there is nobody who has the authority over a rogue trader to tell them what they can and can't do. Not even Inquisitors or the Lords of Terra can do that. Especially if the warrant of trade came from the Emperor himself. Now, there are two types of warrants of trade. The warrant of trade issued by the Emperor, There is nobody that can override that, period. Then there's the warrant of trade issued by the Lords of Terra, which are the rogue traders that were created after the Emperor was interred on the Golden Throne. Now, those ones, there's been a few that have been like, you fell to fucking chaos, that sucks. Well, what they do at that point is they just erase that whole dynasty violently and destroy the warrant of trade so that it was like they never existed. So that's the two things that end up with the rogue traders, but it comes down to which one are you first. If you're from the Emperor, nobody can say shit to you. If you're from the Lords of Terra, then if there's clear signs of you being a chaos worshipper, yeah, they can erase everything about you, including your warrant of trade, as if your bloodline never existed. And that's what this dude's about to try to do. However, if they haven't actually said where her warrant of trade came from. She said his holy relic, so I'm guessing that implies that it's from the Emperor, but we'll have to see if they actually confirm one way or the other. A descriptive and a bird wearing a man's face. He worships... So they're Tzeentch worshippers? I'm surprised they haven't actually mentioned that then. That's interesting. So there is only one money guy. No. There's rogue traders. There's always a ton of them. Like, there is hundreds, if not thousands, or tens of thousands of rogue traders in existence. Because this is a galaxy that spans... There is no numbered amount of planets that we know for sure. And on top of that, we also know in this universe they go beyond the known star systems and solar systems. They go beyond the known galaxy on a regular basis. And this is an empire of untold billions. And rogue traders usually operate on the fringes of that universe. They operate on the fringes of that empire. Just far enough away where they're not actually dealing with the Imperium of Man on a regular basis, but just close enough to the border where they can get support if they need it. And they can send reports back and stuff like that. And interestingly enough, this is a universe where wealth is in such fucking abundance that there isn't a currency. It's position and assets. That determines your wealth, is position and assets. What position in life do you hold? And what assets do you have at your disposal? But there isn't like currency or anything of that nature. In fact, when planets pay what's called the tithe, which is like their equivalent of the tax to the central government, the Lords of Terra, right? Their tithe is either munitions, so that's weapons, ammunition, supplies of warfare, or people for the Imperial Guard. They changed their name now. It's Astra Militarum, but they used to be the Imperial Guard. So that's what currency is. Is people and warfare assets. So this is kind of like the United States Department of Treasury. Think of it more as this is the Department of... If you had the Department of Treasury, the Department of War, and the Department of... I don't know, where does minerals fall in? Does that fall under the... It's hard to say what you would actually classify this as, because this is so many different departments all bundled into one. Because a rogue trader has its own fleet. A rogue trader has its own multiple planets that they rule over and they govern. They have their own standing army. They have their own bodyguards. They can recruit aliens and former heretics, and they can pull even rogue space marines. They can actually command space marines that are not part of a chapter currently, or that are without chapter guidance. They can tell Inquisitors to go fuck themselves. Like, they themselves are a single person government that is capable of doing and saying whatever they want. So a substate. Yes, a substate. That's essentially what a rogue trader is. A substate that can do as they see fit, as long as they are paying their loyalties and tithes to the Emperor. What sorry pathetic excuse you have for an apostasy? You're sordid, wretched. It's a grok shit.
Wretched. What do you know about wretchedness, Theodorus Kerr? Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind.
And our character's background is we're an Adeptus Arbites. An Adeptus Arbites. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Judge Dredd, but think of, like, we're a Judge Dredd. We are judge, jury, executioner. We are the investigator. We are the police. We can do everything and anything we want because we are the entirety of the justice system embodied in one individual. And that's our character's background.
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Von Valancius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
But again, like, he still hasn't said which ruinous power he works for. It still sounds like he's Chaos Undivided. Because I'm not hearing Tzeentch, I'm not hearing Nurgle, I'm not hearing Khorne, I'm not hearing Tzeentch, Nurgle, Khorne. I'm missing one. Tzeentch, Nurgle, Khorne, and Slaanesh. Slaanesh. That's the fourth one. He's being deceptive, so it's not Khorne. We can rule that out. We're not seeing disease and rot, so we can rule out Nurgle. So that still leaves Slaanesh and Tzeentch. I'm not seeing Psychers. I'm not seeing pink horrors. I'm not seeing birds. But that doesn't mean they're not there. And I'm not seeing skin flesh stretched out everywhere and people made into fucking couches. So I'm still going with Chaos Undivided, it looks like. The blade flashes in the dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous. Your head spinning and the quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a single urge. Go to the gate, go to the gate, go to... Okay, that feels like Tzeentch. Fight the voices in your head. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel it in this intruding influence. You were wounded by a corrupted weapon which led to a warp entity invading your mind, forcing you to your feet and making you take a step forward to the gates of the chamber. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. You approach the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up. 2 ember irises. Tech use. Examine the device. Cool. Succeeded. You carefully inspect the design of the cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. An incredibly rare, powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. Okay. The servitor on the gate begins to move with screeching and groaning of metal. It leans forward and closer to you. It lowers its jaw and opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than a jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs glinting in the dim light. The vid screen to your right, to the right of you, lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background, which is these things. A whisper. Decision consequences. You were wounded by... A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting and demanding a sacrifice. The voice that filled your head after that asshole wounded us with the blade did not go away, and on the contrary, the source has coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Look for something that you can use as a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. You search in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty in the perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel and protruding piece of sight. Okay, examine the sentinel. Looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin is covered in stitching together, and the copper thread has metal hinges placed of standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure the service of the life of this unit would be much longer than the ordinary automatrons.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
I don't have any other options.
Did you forget?
Yeah, alright. About my power, I turn PC out. Oh, that's unfortunate. The Sentinel's claw clamps down around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few drops fall in the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming. The servitor's motor starts up, and the pump stirs into motion. The vid screen cogitator flickers. Several log minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaw remains closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate and catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this had ever...
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where the voice is coming from, the crackling like static. The Sentinel, the cogitator, it is fringement. Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do require assistance. Yes. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Get fucked. Oh, that is so fantastic.
There is still another way.
Yeah, get fucked. Oh, that was so fantastic. And there it is. Look at how massive that fucking thing is. That's the warrant of trade, by the way. This giant piece of parchment. Let it be known that by my will, by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to bear the warrant of trade and bestow upon them their dynasty with great mission. To be a paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely in the first darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily... Goddamn, that was fast.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
That was super fast. Alright.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Yep. And then contact someone.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
So that's what happened to the Amazon forest.
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
Alright, and that's the Warrant Sentinel.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Okay, I want to rewind on the YouTube video real quick. I want to see what the last little piece of that warrant of trade said. Because it might have the signature. To boldly hold the reins, to walk steadily through the thorns through pain of greatness. Okay. So it doesn't actually have... It doesn't actually have who signed it, whether it's the Lords of Terror or the Emperor of Mankind. Let it be known that my will... Okay, so maybe it was signed by the Emperor himself, which means that theirs is actually the highest level of the warrant of trade that you can accomplish, that you can receive. And we've got a warp entity in us, so we've got to figure out how to fucking cleanse that shit. Can't be having that. Alright, let's get out of here. Why can't I just pick up one of these heretics' weapons? Okay, so... That's a dead end. What about this way? Okay.
A new challenge for me.
Journal. What am I supposed to do? Seal the chamber. Okay, I have to seal the chamber.
Run, fools, or fall!
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Chainsword.
Master! Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this?
Alright, so Seneschal has lost some of his former polish, his forehead sweating, and one of his sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nonetheless, despite heavy breathing, he stands firm and gazes demanding, albeit somewhat surprised. He surveys the carnage around him, his brow furrows and places a hand on his weapon. Conrad is the traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and then brought me here.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor! I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Actually, leave manners of etiquette to another time, so it would seem. But he is not here, and we have an intimate... From you're asking to... Let's go with this top one. He openly admitted his mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saints' blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Stub revolver, a sword, armored body glove, and a med kit. Fuck yeah.
I don't have time for this.
Can't be equipped by this character. Okay, so that character just can't... I can't equip it on my character. Why can't I equip it on my character? So I can't heal myself. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to find out why. What is that symbol? Old injury. An injury that isn't quite healed in time. It can be healed with the medikit. Source.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium. Let's patch you up. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
Bro has all the plot armor. I mean, he is the Seneschal. I would be disappointed if the Seneschal didn't have crazy ass plot armor. Albert is basically like the first minister. He puts all his trust in you at the first meeting. Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say that he put all his trust in Lady Theodora and Theodora's assessment and judgment. And Theodora assessed and judged that you could be trusted because she had you as her aide. And you're her heir. And she called for you specifically. And he is trusting her judgment because he is well, it appears that he is absolutely loyal to her without question. To question her judgment would be for him to question his loyalty. And I think that's the way his character's coming across so far.
But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
See, and Lady Theodora, in your meeting with her, even says that Conrad fucked everything up. Like, he is already making mistakes. She already does not trust him. So, like, you stating what you stated just reinforces and confirms what Lady Theodora has already stated in his presence. Which is why he has even further reason to just go with whatever you say. Because it still is reinforcing what the person he's loyal to has stated. What's wrong with translation? How did you find me? I heard one of
Lady Theodora's.
This guy.
Which one? The last one I received was about the navigator's sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
She said to go to the upper decks. Why can't we tell him that that's what she said? How did he find us?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Vox cast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
No, I didn't. It couldn't establish a two-way communication. Sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber. There we go.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort.
It's right there. It's fucking right there.
The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
Did it not do it because of the fact that maybe how old was that Vox that we listened to? Interesting. All right, lead the way.
Come.
Here we go.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Run, fools, or fall!
Come to chaos!
Okay, so I see knife, 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 gun.
Indeed. I took care of this one. Ha-ha! Reduced to dust!
There's a chance I miss with that.
Not a problem for me.
Chaos guides me.
I've suffered worse.
Out of my
They
way!
all only have 1 health, so that's
Pain
good.
and duty go hand in hand.
Non-believers.
I bring ruin.
I'm gonna head out, homie. See you. All right, cool. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
At your beck and the more the better. Nothing of value has been lost. I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Not gonna lie, Xbox Pass is the shit. Yeah, it definitely used to be. And then they made it super expensive. Based on the officer's abilities. Okay, so we actually don't have... Okay, so that's going to give me 50. This one, I'm already sitting at 55. So let's go with Persuade. Talker and a shooter, right? And you're a warrior. I need you. To have athletics. Cool. Okay, if I drop this, does it just put it on the ground? Because I can't use it. Why can't I use it? I need to fit... Okay. I don't have a skill for it.
What advice do you seek?
I'm always ready.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Can I put... Let's see, if I put this over here...
We shall prevail.
Can I pull things out of cargo? Six to 8. Oh, it's just standard inventory, period. Okay.
It's about time.
I was about to buy this game, then it appeared to be on Game Pass. Oh, nice! I'm excited for the next one to come out, the Dark Heresy, where you play as an Inquisitor.
Death, I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no...
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper. It claws, scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer Scareborne.
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Officers frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officers' deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officers' deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
We must see if the navigator is well.
Oh, no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Okay, Raj.
Doubt is for the weak. See you terminated!
You'll make a suitable sacrifice!
Out of my way!
No! My ears are ringing.
death to the weak! I serve the ruinous powers!
Was be gone.
That's cool.
On it.
It will be done. One fewer target. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Nice.
I will do my duty. Let's see how they respond to this. Already done. You didn't stand a chance.
Cool. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with the throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily and the air whistling as it exits through two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well,
Flinches at the sight
we
of
have
the
a chance of leaving this place alive.
Let's ask Idra, because she'll know. She's a psyker.
Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head.
Your time is short.
The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head, half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye down his face, leaving a black trail. The voice coming over the Vox grill at the base of the chair is bizarre. It is unclear the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Suddenly, the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward and then falls back into the seat and then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger and these wild impetuouses than these wild impetuouses. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. The mutant remains seated and leans as far forward as he can, the layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open and form two hideous screaming mouths like pits.
It came from beyond! His body is not here!
Idra's scream is echoed by silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to... Okay.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
Then the navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eye has turned from a trickle to a stream mixed with blood coming out of his nose, and there is a purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength.
The words come out of the Vox.
The intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Okay, the Navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us.
Vespidas, good luck. And thank you.
Does not give her a response back. The black tears mixed with blood are streaming. The closed eyelids and the Vox in the base of the chair is bellowing static, interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. He's gonna die. He's on his last little bit there.
Humility never hurt anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
By wholeheartedly humiliating them. Scrappy auto gun, solid projectile. Gives me a little bit more range, but I'm losing damage on it. Staff. This is literally the same exact thing you're already using. Yeah, that's trash. Unfortunately. So this can cause bleeding. I can swing and hit multiple people. I do slightly less damage, but have higher armor penetration. But the bleed makes this a 7 to 9 weapon. Instead of a 6 to 9, this makes it a 7 to 9 with a 15 penetration. Ah, but it's a -10 enemy weapon skill when hit, and I have parry with the sword. So we're going to keep the sword. Scrappy auto gun. Yeah, literally the pistol is better. Make sure we're not missing anything. That homie's not surviving his injuries. He's been in the warp too long and he's injured.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay. There we go. Much better.
We must act.
Follow my lead.
What are we supposed to be doing here? Okay, make it to the officer's deck. So we can't use that door. Can we use this door? Officer's deck. There we go. Use cover, dumbass.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot this.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing, the weapon quivers in her hand briefly. It seems she is not going to stop you, instead continuing eliminating every target that she sees. Stunning with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Lowers her weapons and scans your small party with an intense gaze. Should I introduce my statement to you? So brazen with you. The Lord Captain's heir. We'll actually introduce ourselves.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
None of your fucking business.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Do not even think to insinuate that I am one of the traitors. I will not let such an affront slide.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Alright. Well, these are clearly officers, so I'm not going to ask who they are. What's happening? I don't care. We need to get to the main hall.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to...
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Alright. I actually need... There we go. The explosion blasted a hole through the door large enough for a person to get through.
Victory awaits.
Ooh, so we collected some random cargo. Well maintained, hell yeah. And you, good sir, can also get one of those. Let's get rid of that auto pistol. Good shit. Okay, so then are we going through this door? This door, okay.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Let's see, what do we got? Let's assess. So it looks like we've got one long one here.
Just a minor setback.
I am your doom! Ah!
Guided by faith. Cast your eye there. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
%32%, that's not very high.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay, so you suck at shooting. Just wild.
Chaos guides me.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
But of course. Was that you? Or...
Victory is imminent. One fewer target. Indeed. I took care of this one.
Shit.
It will be done.
Chaos guides me. Out of my way!
Nothing of value has been lost.
Death to non-believers!
Doubt is for the weak.
You just can't hit anything, can you? Man, she sucks at shooting. Like, bad.
I serve the ruinous powers.
I think she's the only one who hasn't killed something at this point.
On it. Be gone.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call.
See, that makes sense. He's sitting at 30% and he can't hit it. That tracks.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Suits my purpose.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle! Faith without deed, strike. is
There we
prayer.
go. She had a 20% lower hit chance in that one than she had in her previous shots, and that one she nailed.
I'll do it.
What is this foreboding? Farewell.
Okay, so let's look around, make sure we're not missing anything. Okay, what do we have? A multi-key. So that's really all we got, is a multi-key. Cool. Everyone's at full health. Good, good, good. Save the game.
None shall stand in my way.
Suitable for eliminating flimsy obstacles. Okay, okay.
I rise to the occasion. I won't tolerate weakness. Excellence matters.
There we fucking go. That's got a shotgun. See if there's anything else I can interact with in here. Is there like a... Well, we gotta find something that we can interact with and see if there's a button that we can hold that, like, lights it. So none of these books are relevant. That door doesn't open. We got everything there. Okay. It would appear that we are good.
The Emperor favors me today.
We don't have a choice. We have to pick that one. Okay.
It's about time.
Over there.
Let's see if there's anything over here that we can like loot or grab up.
I did fine. Victory awaits!
Okay, let's start moving. The roaring flames ring in your ears and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see a figure walk out of the fire towards you. It's Theodora.
Are you lost, my heir?
Her expression is calm, terrifying for someone whose body is engulfed in inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, and the other is raised in an inviting gesture.
An apparition. A sorceress apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Despite the commanding tone, Albred does not sound too confident. He is staring at the rogue trader and notices the muscle on his tweak. How did you get here?
I am a rogue trader. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready? I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Theodore watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost forgets the fire searing you, leaving your burns on your skin. Your mouth is beginning to salivate. I cannot pronounce that word. Each word Theodore speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in your deepest recesses of your mind is pleading and begging and demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
No. Over the roaring flames and hear distant, frightened voices, screams muffled and distorted where the body of the water... Yeah, no.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel... What are we waiting for?
Dogmatic. Walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Heretical. Accept the offer. Take my pain away and give me power. Iconoclast. Get the people off the bridge and you will not leave. We're gonna go with Dogmatic. Walk through the fire. Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness but are powerless to stop you. Dogmatic. So this is exactly what the entity in us doesn't want. So this is the correct answer. You take a step forward and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you. Theodora's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling from behind you and the screams of the weak and dying in the inescapable blaze. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, and all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing to your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body clouds your mind before suddenly retreating, as if driven away by some mighty will, and new strength spreads throughout your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for the trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see a glow with warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since you were wounded, is gone. The fire seems to have burned away the entity without a trace. Awesome. So that's fucking gone. We don't have to worry about that influence anymore.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
A familiar voice cuts through the din of the pounding. Seneschal Albred is leaning over you and peering into your face with a worried look. He notices your gaze and breathes a sigh of relief.
Praise the Emperor! We passed through the flames! How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
I guess Argenta kneels next to you, and for the first time you see her eyes radiate pure, unclouded joy. Behind Argenta you see Irida Talus double over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who followed you have withered away in the fire and continues to rage mere 2 steps away from you. The Emperor protects, Seneschal.
Indeed he does. If I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed.
Your tone renders Albred motionless. Then he quickly makes the holy sign of the Aquila himself. Wipes her mouth and rasps.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
That's right.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What? We'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord's Captain standing there in the fire? Abala, you tell her.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness.
Holiness.
A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remained. But What am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
Argenta herself sounds proud, even fervid. Rise and stand tall. No element holds power over the righteous. Dismiss the help on your... I feel fine. Allow him to help you up. Admittedly, I've been... Let's go rise and stand tall, because we're the Rogue Trader heir. So, we need to present authority and power. So, rise, stand tall. No element holds power over the righteous. Even if you are anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong, and your limbs obey with you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart, your stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are at your limit. But be it adrenaline or strength of your faith, it will not carry you much farther. Okay.
Did my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake.
Stares at you without trying to hide his astonishment or his trepidation. I hurried here to join the forces with the others. It's time we push the heretics back. It was the only way. We are here to answer the phones. I loathe being late for an engagement. Let's go with this top one. I hurried here to join forces with you and the others. It is time to push back the heretics.
Indeed it is. Your wounds.
Aquila. Alright, so we're gonna do the lore warp here. Look closely at him. Eldred does not seem to have changed since you first met, but only at a first glance. His face has taken strange hue, and his skin and his temples appear scaled. His voice now has an uncanny screeching quality, and they are not traces of fatigue and stress. Psyker's body has begun to mutate as a consequence of contact with the warp. You're right, best state. My faith keep me upright in the weapon in hand. That is all that matters. I can fight. They certainly are ugly. I'd rather set this one out and let you deal with the heretics. Let's go with this one. My faith will keep me upright in the weapon in hand, and is all that matters.
Pray, forgive my insistence. I shall not be the one to doubt the faith of he who has passed the trial by fire. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways?
It was at this very elevator, Master Edelthrad. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the Arch-Militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts.
This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the bridge. Kunrad Voigtveer was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once.
I shall go and find her.
A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle.
Cool. Let's do it, bud. Alright, let's look around and see if there's any loot, any goods.
A new challenge for me?
Nope, nothing there.
None shall stand in my way.
A fresh injury. Okay.
Look no further.
So you...
Let me help.
Back into the fray. We shall prevail.
Alright, so it doesn't look like there's anything over here that we can interact with or loot. So let's go over here then.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Do you see that?
Goods.
Halt! I noticed something.
Clearly does not serve as a stateroom. The generations indicate that their maintenance module room rather than guest serving. Okay, so let's... Grants logic. I'm gonna keep the armor on that one. You, bud, can have the logic bit for now. Okay, so that door does not open.
It's about
Alright.
time.
Emperor protects backs. We actually just passed a trial by fire where we got to purge a warp entity that was put into us by a corrupted weapon. That was pretty cool. Oh, I'm seeing warp stuff coming through her walls. That's not good. Oh, Mort's dead. And so is she.
Victory awaits!
We're gonna give that to Sister Argenta. Okay, what does this do? 5 fellowship and And a bonus in the commerce. Suspicious. Okay, so her body is sprawled on a large, blood-drenched desk. Archmaginate Corch is clutching his weapon, slept against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
Alright. 1 second, folks. Let me go get a drink real quick. Alright.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
No. He didn't do it. That wasn't his intent. This one. He didn't come across as the kind that wanted to kill. Because if he wanted to kill, he could have just flat out done that. It was about control and power. Killing her doesn't give him the full extent of power. He would still want her to name him.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here. And he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
What we're seeing, you can see like the purple. And then every now and then there was like distortion of the warp in the walls. So this is something to do with the ruinous powers.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Well, first things first. The Archmilitant's body. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood and brain matter. The shards of his skull, the safety of the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he is. Okay, so his safety was off. He was ready. He knew it was coming. He just wasn't fast enough. Which indicates if he's the Archmilitant with lightning fast reflexes and all of that, and he knows that there's an active threat ongoing, it would have had to have been something that appeared or manifested in the room before they could have responded, or it was someone that he viewed as friendly, which is why there was a delay. So it's one of the two. You lean close to her body. The cause of death is apparent. The rogue trader's life was ended by an auto pistol shot, an extraordinary accurate one at that, and Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Rogue Trader kind of looks like Wasteland 2 and 3. This is a squad-based game. It is a squad-based game, and it's made by Owlcat. Something on the floor catches your eyes. A heap of blood-splattered parchment. and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. A small shard of glass scattered on the floor. Inspect the shards by the desk. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell to the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Closer examination of the shards appeared iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if it had been submerged in promethium. Oh, kind of like that. There was a stone like that we saw in the display room, her trophy room. There was a stone like that. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document clearly that is starkly different from the rest. It is handwritten and signed with the initials XC and the seal of the symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Ooh, I succeeded in a test here. Sends a shiver down your spine. The author of the letter addressed to Theodora is signed and sealed with one of the holy orders of the Emperor of the Inquisition. The secret police of the Imperium. That's not what they are. They're not the fucking secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics and xenos and other enemies of humanity. That they do, but they're not the secret fucking police. What do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Would you try touching Theodora? Maybe you'd be able to see the killer through her eyes?
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Okay. Riddle me this, Batman. If you can read objects, what is a dead body once the soul has left it but an object? And she was shot with an auto pistol, right? So the auto pistol is a ballistic weapon. So the ballistic weapon, and we can see clearly on the back of the chair there's blood there and bullet holes, which means the rounds passed through her. But we can also see on the back wall there that the rounds did not go into the wall, the windows, or anything behind her. So clearly the munitions is still there. So can't you touch the bullets as well? Aren't those also objects? I feel like both of those things are objects.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
We just went through everything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I'm curious about the glass shards. What are those? Because that had something to do with dark energies. which means ruinous powers, which means chaos. So chaos at some point is involved here with the shards that were broken next to her. So what do we know that does that? Well, any object can be... I don't know of a single object that is notorious for it, so it could be any object. Got a letter from the Inquisitor. Can we read the letter from the Inquisitor? Here we go. I can read it. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has deemed your immediate assistance in our mutual case. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for Rheinkad system. One of my acolytes, the interrogator Henriks van Kalrox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you. After which, you will provide him safe passage to the Ferberdondis system. I think that's how you say that. Aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress the nature of the interrogator Van Kalrox's activities on Rheinkad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Van Kalrox himself will disclose details of his mission. Okay, so it's just a letter demanding services. That doesn't tell me which order you belong to, though. I don't know if they belong to the Order Hereticus or the Order Xenos. So Inquisitors, for those who don't know, specialize. They're not a catch-all job. Not all Inquisitors are going after heretics. Not all Inquisitors are going after Xenos. They specialize. So if you're an Inquisitor, you are either targeting specifically heretics or you are targeting specifically Xenos. You're not doing both. It's one or the other, and you specialize in it. And it doesn't make it clear here which one this guy falls under. Unfortunately. You know, that's a lot of weapons there. I would love to use some of them. Man, what a mess of things in here.
Annihilate them! Your Emperor won't save you!
It will be done. One fewer target. I took care of this one. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
Not my specialty. Absolutely not.
How many is it? 1, 2, 3. So, 1, 2, 3. And how many across? 1, 2, 3.
Nothing I can't do.
As the Emperor comes eradicated. Doubt is for the weak. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Momentum, your party members used unique abilities. Zeal. You're just enhancing the abilities. Okay.
Not a problem. Suits my purposes.
I'll do it.
Shit, she missed.
Will do. But of course.
Cool. We didn't have to deal with... We didn't have to deal with, it having to attack, because those things, from what we were seeing earlier, hit fucking hard. Okay, officer grants an ally an extra turn. Ooh, that's kind of cool. All features. The officer's resolve is increased by 3. I might do the shotgun mastery. The Arbiter can parry incoming attacks with ranged weapons. To calculate the parry chance, ballistic skill instead of the weapon skill, the Arbiter can make attacks of opportunity. Ooh, we might actually do lawful intervention. Let's do intervention. Being able to parry with our ballistic weapons, that's going to be a big deal. Off to get ready for the day, but I'll lurk. Okay, cool. Thank you. Who is this? This is... Oh boy. However, his lore of Xenos and Warp are 0. You're not my expert in that anyways. I don't need you to know those things. What is resolve? Resolve influences how efficiently and for how long a character can fight in battle. Just determine the amount of momentum gained in the beginning of each turn. And momentum is... Party members can unique abilities in the battle. The level of momentum changes depending on the actions of the characters. If momentum gauge reaches 175 or more, any party member can use a heroic act. If the momentum drops below 25, your party will get the ability of Desperate Measures, which has a number of negative effects. At the beginning of combat, the momentum the party starts at is 100. The maximum momentum is 200 and the minimum is... Okay. Okay. Chain weapons gain a +4 max. I mean... Increasing charge speed by 3 is actually pretty damn good. I kind of want to have him do... I need him to be able to move in close distance too. He needs to tank hits, he needs to be able to close distance, and he needs to be able to hit hard. What is your... Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack does an additional 5 damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactive to another attack made by the same enemy or different. The melee attacks deal an additional that have no allies adjacent. Rage. Let's give him thick skin to start with. Expose weakness. Operator hits with an exploit stack. Okay, so if the operative hits a target with an exploit stack, the attack deals plus 5 times perception bonus percentage more damage. The damage also increases 10% for each on the target. The attack removes. Okay, so this gives 2, and your perception is 5. Removes all exploits, decreasing dodge, parry, and armor by 15 plus exploits removed 2 times 1. Minus 15 plus 2, so 17 until the start of the operative's next turn. If this ability reduces the target's armor to 0, the arbiter only removes half of the exploits from the... Okay. So you're going to make them get hit harder by doing that. Toughness and willpower for 1 round. I might do weak body, weak soul, but let's take a look because she's also a psyker. Applied gain. Allies under the effect of this power. Okay, nope. Nope. The first dodge attempt in every enemy suffers a minus. Whenever a psyker uses divination psychic power on an ally, a natural luck, the ally suffers a critical hit. It becomes a normal hit instead. Deals mental damage from enter shock. They suffer half as much mental damage to next turn. Which will take damage from the psyker at least 20% of mental tests. Willpower resistance test. Mind thief. Pain channeling. Visions of doom. Is she a sanctioned psyker? Are you a sanctioned psyker or are you a Ooh, you're borderline on heretical. That's not good. How do you find out if she's a... So you are an unsanctioned psyker. I don't like that. And right there, unsanctioned psyker. I don't like that. She needs to be able to hit fucking better, and she is not hitting good right now. Where's your ballistic skill at? Your ballistic skill is at 45, reflects the accuracy. So we need to actually increase your accuracy is what we need to do. Because you're just not fucking getting it. Let's do this for the armor penetration. That'll be useful because I saw that we can get base skills later in the next leveling up, and that's where we can go ahead and do that. Okay, so that toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. I've got less than 35 intelligence. Ooh, it's a Xeno artifact. Grace of the Oblivions. That's funny. It's fucking insulting as hell, but that's funny.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Ooh, save.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
is dead. I found her and her arch militant in the study.
God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead.
Yeah.
The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is
2 bone growths.
We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
You weak will sub bitch.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I forbid the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to our fate do we truly suffer defeat. That's true. The ship can still be steered out of the warp. We must first restore communications between the bridge and the navigator. That's not helpful right now. Perhaps the warp does not have to be the end. Let's go with this one. I forbid you the very thought of yielding.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Damn right.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
I don't like you.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
You can see Conrad clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding stained with dark drops, and it seems to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
He bites his knuckle and desperately thinking. You see a wave of ripples across the whites of Eldred's eyes. They begin to turn a sickly yellow. See, I don't think that he killed her. That wasn't his intent. At least it wasn't made clear that that was his intent. But let's call him out on it and see what his response to it is.
What? Theodora is dead?
He didn't kill her.
No,
I figured.
That can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Yeah, the mutations have already started with him, so even if, on the off chance that he survived this battle right here, he would still be executed afterwards for the mutations that have taken place in his body as a psyker. So, no matter what, he's already dead.
Edelthrad, don't!
Leave it be, he's already dead.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Apparently his ritual will be finished.
Don't you dare to cross us!
Already done.
I can't hit anything with her. Oh, that's not good. There we go.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't do.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. Doubt is for the weak.
You'll regret this.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Anything else? Will do.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Okay.
I'm wounded!
That is not the Emperor's will. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Let me tend to your wounds.
I stand in recognition.
I'll do it. Stop it!
But of course. Will do.
Indeed. Reduced to dust.
There we go. Hey, Kyle. Some stereo matter shimmers. Whenever the wearer of these gloves would be injured or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain. That actually might be useful. But we saved the bridge officers. They survived.
Follow my lead.
But we didn't stop the traitor. The traitor is still present. Okay, so you can have this because you're an Iconicast. And we'll give you these gloves too. We're going with ballistic skill on that. Fortress stacks. Gain stacks if never stop shooting equal to half the minimum damage they provided with the ranged weapon that round. Handle steel, never stop believing. When all stacks of shooting would be lost, they become 11 stacks instead. Additionally, will I do want to do that with shotgun in one hand. But let's see if they have regular... So there's not another, like, shotgun style. What is it considered? Solid projectile. Okay. If I can game today, I'm likely going to go back to ESO unless I decide to stick to Skyrim. I mainly stuck with Skyrim yesterday and had a blast. That's fantastic. Honestly, Skyrim's a fantastic game, and there's just always so much to explore and to discover in there. And there are certain choices that have various different effects that change interactions and outcomes. And there's so many like little hidden secrets in Skyrim, and that's not even including the mods that it has access to, you know. So great choice. Great choice. Gain a 4 maximum damage. I don't know. Me taking away seems pretty damn important. You need weapon skill. Parry. It also increases the chance of scoring a critical hit. Yep. Well, actually, there was another one we looked at. Where was it? Was it dueling? Gain a 15% parry bonus. Let's do that. We need to decrease the perils of warp. The Psyker damage psychic power, threaten an enemy in melee range, provoke Psyker's attack. After triggering psychic phenomenon or perils of the warp the first time the Psyker costs 1 less action point. Targets, ballistic, blade light. Force weapons. You're not using a force weapon. Use the heroic act. No, we're not doing that either. Blinded and suffer every 6 by the Psyker stacks 5 characteristics until the end of combat. Visions of Doom. Psychic penalty. Dodge. Set a failed with Psychers an additional 6 damage every time they suffer mental damage to the end of combat. Let's go with stabilizing factor for now. I can't remember if we get other Psychers or not, but we need to, like, replace her. She's going to be a whole ass fucking problem. You need more ballistic skill. You shouldn't be missing Cover efficiency is increased by 10% for full cover and 20% by full. That's actually pretty good. Critical deals their critical damage and increased by. Each shot fired grants them 1 agility until the end of their next turn. The medikit restores using medicates. Okay. What are you gonna be for me? Let's see what you're doing currently. Demolition. Okay. So we already took the bolt weapon. What is the other one? Yeah. Unavailable required personal cooldown 1 round. The soldier immediately removes winded effects until the end of combat. Soldier gains the following bonuses: +10 ballistic skill, +15 critical damage, +5 critical hit chance. The ability becomes available after the soldiers. The kill counter does not reset between rounds. The soldier's second attack action, 50% more damage, fortress, full cover against them. When the soldier has full cover against an enemy, the soldier gains 10% damage against the enemy. Alright, 1 second, folks. I gotta think about a pixie. Okay. Your lore against Xenos and Warp are 0, though. I'm kind of okay with you not having that. Medical and demolition. Actually, no, because I don't know if I'm going to keep you in medium armor. Soldier second attack in the turn, fortress, full cover. I need her to do more medical stuff, but in order for her to do medical stuff, well, let's see, where's your medical? Well, I'm gonna be in borderline melee range most of the time because, so we'll give that to Albrecht. So I need you to do. We're gonna feed into your crit, I think. It's just... Let's give you that instead. There we go. That dude
is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to make it. Sitting right in front of us. You just ended his suffering sooner.
I didn't see the traitor die, though.
Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
It's our only chance of escaping the warp. Let's get it done. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Albert cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
Alright. What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report and... blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, hurry.
Okay. Let's do it. So I just need to stand up there and look pretty, is what you're saying. I can stand up there and look pretty. For sure. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorceress's current, invisible to the mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing, while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, and the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and the voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
The vision lowers its head, its harrowing gaze boring into you. For a moment, something changes in Theodora's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear. You steeled your soul with the faith in the God Emperor and walked through the flames on the officer's deck just in time to run. Ah, it's the decision consequence. So we scared the entity. You are to blame for Theodore's. I have already resisted your temptation once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with a new illusion.
Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate.
Now that sounds Zinchian. Theodora hisses almost painfully, as if wounded by your words. But the fact that they brought up fate specifically here makes me start leaning towards Zinch. I was on Chaos Undivided's... I thought it was Chaos Undivided up to that point. The fact that they specifically mentioned fate, though, makes me think it possibly Zinch. But at this point, there's not enough evidence to definitively point to one ruinous power over another, other than to exclude Korn and Nurgle.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your head begins to spin, and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor, Voigtver. We're just going to call him Conrad. Just as fluids and ephemeral as previous apparition. The same terrifying voices seethes from its lips. Okay.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The fact that you're taking on an unsanctioned psyker, I really want to replace her, but her psychic lightning is super powerful, so I need to find somebody else that can do that. Hopefully I can get another psyker companion.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
A cavalcade of hazy glimpse of future yet unknown passes before your eyes, a flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Albred, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty.
Seneschal? The Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means
that the Navigator's dead.
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship.
Yeah.
We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
It takes time for Albred to respond. You watch as he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat and straightens and begins to speak.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision,
say nothing.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Woo!
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
That's not my ship. I didn't choose that class. I chose the Firestorm class, not the Sword class. Types of cargo on the cargo tab. It's already packed. Move the item back to your inventory. Cargo is needed when trading with merchants. You will meet them soon. Okay. Deep shadows. Weariness can be seen on Albred's face. Through the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns and mutters something, and then says, "Well then, your lordship. You had us..." Oh, they're not all voiced. He's not voicing these. Alright. "You had us worried for a few hours there." Albert offers a thin smile. "But after witnessing your fearless rush into the fray..." That's from the fire. "On deck, the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in the new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, you will be this will be their first briefing. We sustain massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have been filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over their leaderless crews. How do we come to lose so many officers? Well, we know how. The Master of Whispers targeted everything. Destroy the leadership, and those subordinates don't have direction. What is the agenda for this meeting? Have you succeeded in tracking down... Okay, cool. So he is still alive. Wait, Amarin, there's altogether a more pressing... I do not wish to be a rogue trader. Yeah, no, it's a little fucking late for that. I am ready to start the briefing. Let's see, what is the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship. They are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort. Even so far as you personally negotiating with authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at your officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. Have we succeeded in tracking down the traitor? Albert grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still in the hunt for him, and any mutineers may be still skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I am afraid I would not be. So he's making an assumption here. So this isn't an actual fact yet. It's an assumption, which means he could still very well be on the ship, somewhere in its bowels. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for what he has wrought. Alright, let's fucking do it. With a gesture, Albert relays the orders and the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore a new expression revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers. You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Scareborne von Valen... I can't pronounce that. Lord, we're just going to say our first name. Lord Captain Scareborne, you'll personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. I haven't the time to be listening to every last officer's on the hulking ring. Albert, give me one of the major problems that need to be done. Okay, let's go to the top one. Perhaps you would introduce those present. As you wish, lordship. Albert points to a tall, slender woman who seems to contain as many complaints as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Ota of the Tollyman line, our new Voxmaster. I'm guessing that's her. Yep. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Voxmaster offers a deep vow aboard the vessel. Aboard this vessel, You have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving and processing and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the master helmsman. He steers the ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray from the asteroid field into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. So that must be him. He doesn't match his picture. Anyways, the bearded man with a pale, almost transparent skin, large circles around his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a small sound. Hail, Lord Captain. This ship's as good as home to me, so the rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, High Factorum Janice Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and general material well-being of the ship. I'm guessing that's this person here. Yep. Dressed in an embroidered jacket and heavy-set man with oiled hair, offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me in all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance, guessing that's this one, is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew works to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, that's this one. And lastly, the Drive Master, servant of the Omnissiah. That's clearly this one. That's the Adeptus Mechanicus. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute, resembling a dance involving complicated manipulation of the tech priests. Mechanidenrites. I can't fucking pronounce. Man, they're gonna keep using these weird-ass fancy words and making me read them. Alright. Alright, thank you. Greetings, all. I serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. Let's go with Master Helmsman. Deliver your status report. Right, you are, Lord Captain. To cut the long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without the Engine Seer Prime and the Navigator who fell in the battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen. I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Voxmaster. Your Lordship, if you allow me to interject, we have arrived in a system. My crew followed standard protocols and conducted the count of all available communication channels in the region. One of them was Navis Nobilitation, an ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allowed them safely guide. So it's a navigator house. Okay, cool. So there's a navigator house in the area, which means we're gonna get a navigator. Alright. The station maintains complex Vox silence, but even since its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator is a very good in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing of the God Emperor. Backs right there. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use for your new residence. In a slightly less shitty news, he actually says that. That's awesome. We can go round and round the system until our heads are swimming, as long as the Promethium supplies last, and if any thick as grog shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't worry about the score. Okay, so we're good locally. We just can't leave locally. Drive Master. Alright. A voice distorted by Vox retranslator emerges underneath the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon the noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into the charge is unharmed. Okay. Thank the Omnissiah, but the spirit mourns the dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of surging sorrow and anger. So we're going to need more Adeptus Mechanicus people. With great sorrow, I must report the insincere prime and spiritual authority over all the tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard the vessel whose experience is comprehensive in the sacred protocols equals to that of the fallen Magos. So we're going to need a new Magos. They require replacement as soon as possible. Okay. Bows their head. Yep. Tell me about the fires. I can report that all fires across the decks have now been extinguished. Good. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crews and casualties have been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Inferno's master and his next 3 deputies. So this dude's 4th in line. Expired in the line of duty. Albert remarks in a low-pitched voice for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. Okay. So then you reported the High Factorum. We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components given into the tech priest's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one source that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also include trained professionals. We are able to make up for our losses on the nearest planet, Rykod Minoris. However, the planet and the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at that level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligo's Winterscale's panache for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on the planet. Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Excuse me? Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. The Master of Ordnance chokes back the words, and he is obviously about to blurt out without thinking. He casts another look at turning away. I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins, and every other officer's dead. The Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken a hold of me. He looks up at you, but I heard of you. Oh, yes, your fame. Illustrious, glorious. Okay. Has reached even as far as the expanse. I can't be showing myself up in the front of an... I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself. He adjusts his uniform and stands ramrod straight. The Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight if that is the Lord Captain's will. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses of crew members. We require a new engine, seer prime, and navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, and we can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in this sector, but we will never reach Footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems. Okay. Ooh, a lot of fucking reading. Alright, your lordship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Albert hesitates, your eternal esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I should tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Cronus Expanse. I'd be honored to fulfill the Inquisitor's commission. What is it they asked for? I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodore's house. It was signed XD if you're referring to the contents. Let's go with this one. Yes, correct. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Henrix van Kalox, an interrogator. You understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, and we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Verbundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but the Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governor of Reichad Minoris may know something. I wonder why they didn't voice all the characters out for every line. Obviously they had voice actors because like the first portion of the game, all that prologue stuff before we become the rogue trader, all of that's fully voiced. So I wonder why they didn't voice all this out. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of Van Valencus Protectorate. Albert gives you yet another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, as it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Idra, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Grimly nods towards Idra. This psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak to me when you have the time, rogue trader. Idra's glazed eyes rove over the assembled. One word burst from this: daybreak. If there is nothing else of value concluded. Damn it. Idra presses her fingers to his temple. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see in the immediate picture and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all that I can make out. Daybreak, or maybe it's dawn. It's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell, but if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We can not extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Talas? No, not yet. The voices are going berserk. All shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into the future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers, and many occasions I'm sure you will benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretched across a wry smile. If there is nothing else to report, I declare the briefings are concluded. It is time to get to work. Let's see, who do we have on the bridge? The coat of arms. So it's blue and white is the colors, huh? Okay. Let's put those in the vault for now. Shrine of Remembrance. Oh, this is the one thing I actually do remember. I don't remember anything else in this game, but I remember this. Danny Fortuna, the gatekeeper. This dude right here has a YouTube channel and he makes Warhammer lore content. However, I will say this about him. I have never, ever come across a single individual, whether it's been at a Warhammer store, whether it's content creators on the internet, whether it's just talking to other fans. I have never met a single fucking individual that comes close to the level of lore knowledge and accuracy that this man has. It is genuinely impressive. Okay. That is an unavailable link. Well, hold on. Let's see the shotgun here. 10 to 15, 10%. Effective. Blast wave. This shotgun knocks enemies back when shot at an effective range. This one, all the stats are the same. Shots from this shotgun pushes targets 3 cells away, even if the shot misses. Ooh. I don't know if I want to do that. Doesn't have any attack damage. Chain weapons deal most warriors. Well, it's doing more damage, period. This gives me a 3 AoE, but this higher damage output. Well, let me see something here. More damage. Let's see, 1 to minimum, 3 to max, plus 5 to armor pen. I give up the ability to hit 3 enemies, though. I actually might give you the heirloom stuff, dude. Actually, no. No. We go that way with it. I really want to get rid of her. Alright, so you are wearing a medium armor. I am wearing a Light armor. We need to fix that. Is that the Letitia Divinitatis? Liturgies of the Faithful Word in his name, the text below is solemn, noticeably faded. That actually might be a version of the Letitia Divinitatis, which is written by Logar Aurelian, which is fucking hilarious. Ooh, what's that? Another on board in the containment 4 coordinates receive fiery. The object has been loaded aboard its containment intact and placed in the. That must have been whatever those glass shards were. Gotta be whatever that was. I wonder if we can talk to anybody about that. His chagrin is irrelevant. Mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at uncovering spies. And this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next Von line when his skills and talents in the Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson on what he has yet to learn. Do we have the... Oh, they don't have the laser eye. That would have been kind of cool if you could just, like, do the eye thing. The Yarick.
glory to my bloodline!
I want augments. I just don't know which augments I want. Okay. So now we know what he fucked up on. He allowed a senior spy to be this. Why are you in my room? That's weird. The soothing water caresses your senses. Your grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. A pleasant languor spreads through your body and allow yourself to a moment of quiet relaxation. I don't wish to see anybody from my retinue. When the attention slowly retreats, bringing yourself to complete stillness, joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered to the bastion. Your body becomes bliss and oblivion. Trouble, worries, loss. Such things do not belong in the newly established dominion of tranquility. They are the only infinite waters of weightlessness in which you are stripped of all superficial and the mind of Scareborne drifts into a silent bliss. In the consciousness, what fills your consciousness? Let's go with dogmatic. Let's keep increasing that. Thoughts of the monumental duty to the Emperor. Such duty cannot be fulfilled through service and death, for such is the price, can only be fulfilled through service and death, for such is the price of humanity's victory in the everlasting war. Oh, look, we got 3 dogmatic off of that. The sacrifice of the many paves the way to triumph future for the Titan that is the protector of the Imperium. It is a heavy burden to be the ground beneath his feet, but it is glorious to serve a righteous purpose in unity. The moment serenity fades and the body reclaims the mind, binding and once familiar fresh... Okay. This is weird. So what happens if I tell them to get in here? What conversations can they have? Do you mean us? No. That is pretty fucking cool that that's a thing. It's pretty fucking weird that that's a thing. But that is pretty cool. And there's actively, like, guards placed for you. Alright, so let's go over here to the vault and put this stuff that we discovered away. There's Albred. Argenta wanted to talk to us.
Rogue trader.
Ooh, she's voiced again. Looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes and her hair is somewhat disheveled. She moves like she's a little on edge. Alright. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
Okay.
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
Make arrangements for the meeting. I will address them. I'll meet with them. No formalities. They are children or people who gave their lives. My consideration is the least they deserve. Deliver this order on my behalf. The orphans are properly provided for, but personal meetings of the rogue is too much. Why would I? Do I wish to fill these children with heads of an illusion that the world and its rulers care about them? I have no part of this. I don't know if there's like a reputation, not a reputation, like a relationship or rapport with the various retinue members. Let's go with that. I will meet them. No formalities needed. They are children of the people who gave their lives. My consideration is the least they deserve.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
They wrote her like you would expect of a Sister of Battle, so I like that part. Adolescents, do not take your gazing up as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Aubrey glances at the gathered children. It's hardly the Scala of Progenia. So that's where Inquisitors, Commissars. There's another one that's trained there. Did they say it on here who was trained there? Officers, yep. But there's another group that's trained there. I can't think of who it is, but there's another group that's trained there too. But that's where like the commissars and everybody come from. But we have provided the orphans on our ship adequate care and instruction. A lot of orphans. That group at the orphanage, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing, "Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of the house. You notice Infernus Master Enric Onting standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully and meets your gaze. Infernus, do you serve as teacher in your spare time? Grandly addressed, I am Rogue Trader, Lord Captain of the ship. Speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives, just cause, and brought honor to the house, banners, and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become worthy heirs. Finally, your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. Address the chaperones, give them treats, and escort them back to their homes. Well, you serve as a teacher in their spare time? Not at all, your lordship. I'm just looking out for them. If the Infernus way to help folks in trouble, it's our job after all. So we chip in rations here and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. I'm not going to grandly address them, because that's... Let's smile at the group. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. The teenagers keep staring at a girl who has remained close to Argenta, smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and our parents died in their dozens for your noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotion flashes across her dark eyes, like she wants to calm him and scold him for his imprudence. There leaves much to be desired. I hope that they will be molded into audiences over. Punish the troublemaker, put the rest back in their base as audience is over. Since you are so concerned with the orphans, they are henceforth in your clan. It falls to you to teach them the meanings of what their parents fought and died for. Ignore the interruption, rest assured. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. If you bring it won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. Understand? Your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command. I fought. I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. The strong have the power to decide the fate of others, and the weak either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boy, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. Those who killed your parents attacked the ship. I was there. I took command. I fought. I repelled. Yeah. Okay, wisdom of the Imperium. It is hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly, then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Gives the sign, and the servants immediately emerge carrying packages of treats. Emblazoned with wrappers, it appears the Seneschal came prepared. Nice. So they are going to feed them. Good, good, good. I still would have liked to have had the option to end that. Like, I wanted to address him, but I wanted to be able to also tell the Infernus dude, hey, look, you fucking take him in now. You are now responsible, good sir. Who are you? Ah, the Infernus Master. Yep, yep, yep. He didn't have any dialogue choices there that were of interest. Where is... Fellowship. Ooh, 100%. Connect me with the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of the crew. And I gained 7 experience points off of that. It is done, Lord. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. That'll be all.
I don't have time for this.
It's Albred. Where is... That's not the person I'm looking for. You're Idra. I don't want Idra. I want... the big dude who was responsible for trade, the other officer. Okay, that's the helmsman. Bridge officer. Argenta. Well, let's go see and make sure that's all that Argenta wanted.
Greetings.
Okay, that's all she wanted. Those are bridge officers. Bridge officers. That goes to my captain's quarters. Bridge officer, bridge officer. Albred, do you have something for me, bud?
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
I don't want to talk to Idra. I don't like Idra. Huh. I don't see that trade dude. I can go to a void ship shrine? What's that? What's a void ship shrine? Consecrated weapons. There's an initiate over there. So we actually got the clergy, the ecclesiarchy up here. Alright. What do you got? Professor Albert, a plump, rosy-cheeked old man, is lighting candles, taking his time with each. Glints of fire dance on his heavy golden aquila and his sky-blue eyes. As he addresses you, smiling, the Emperor protects your lordship. Are you here to pray, or have mundane matters brought you to me? This is incredibly profound quality in his voice. He speaks with mesmerizing timbre. What is it you do on my ship? I am the ship's confessor, your lordship. No vessel that abides by the Imperium's laws can sail the void without a spiritual guide. Even a smaller sized ship that does not have a member of the ecclesiarchy on board entrusts all matters to the faith of a layperson who is staunch adherent to the creed. A rogue trader's flagship naturally is expected to have a confessor who comes in the line of his reverent servants. I am such one. I am entrusted to carrying out the reliquary and chapel in the dynastic crypt. I also conduct liturgies, consecrate the ship's bays, and strengthen the crew's hearts whenever the dark hours upon us. Least among them falter and face and here fail in duty. Okay, wait. Tell me about the crypt. Every rogue trader takes care to maintain an appropriate place to repose on board their flagship, for their capital may change with the passing of the centuries, but the vessel of the Emperor's anointed serves them for millennia. It is more than just a symbol of the dynasty's authority. It is the source of the power, the Lord Captain's seat, and the void from whence they reign in many other lands. The house's crypt is where the rogue traders and their most loyal servants are laid to rest. The ship's confessor, I perform the rites of burial and remembrance of those honored dead. Albert lets out a heavy sigh. It never occurred to me that this old man that he might send Lady Theodora there in her final journey, but all the Emperor's well. People confess to you, do they not? I am interested to know the thoughts of some of my subject. Ours is a throne-fearing flock that regularly use vox recordings in the shrine confessional housed in the eastern part of the reliquary. This allows us to maintain constant watch for heretical tendencies. We can observe earnestly which of our parishioners rendered their duties, as well as any dangerous dissent brewing in their minds. Initiate Clotis is responsible for sorting confessions. He would be honored to have you access. Okay. Give me more of this place. I could talk to you about the reliquary chapel for hours. Where does the sacred relics come from? Every relic we have here is either absurdly tracked or audaciously tracked down by your ancestors, captured in battle against the faithless, or received as a gift for glorious deeds, as show of loyalty to the Emperor that speaks for itself. Does it not? He makes no effort to conceal his pride. For our part, we keep the precious relics intact, undisturbed, as we conduct liturgies and perform rites. Initiate Zeke is especially vigilant in his care of relics. Though he is of common stock, he earned his position through dedication and piety. Is this the only place of worship? Why no, there are multiple sancta on every deck, where your subjects pray fervently, and the clergy keeps a watch on firmness of their faith. This, on the other hand, he gestures around to the glittering reliquary, is the holiest of holy places, where only the noblest among the servants are permitted to set foot. We're not an iconoclast, though. I want those in the other decks to be able to partake in the exuberance. Well, give me the tenets. Every man and woman has their place in the order. He created the order and must be followed, and the will of one's superior is obeyed. Beware of witches, which have been stained by the warp. Persecute the mutants, and for they are perversions of the human form, and hate the accursed Xenos. The Imperial Creed prescribes being wary of psychers, but the Imperium needs them. The Ecclesiarchy tells us to persecute the mutants, but an exception was made for navigators. Among the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Emperor is known as the Omnissiah. They have their own form of worship. Do they truly believe? Come to think of it, my warrant entitles me to violate the Imperial Creed in many ways. Let's go, that will suffice for now. You are positively beaming with joy. A priest like you is a rare sight. A fair observant, everyone in the clergy must maintain a stern appearance, inspire fear and awe in their flock. His mirth fades away, giving way to Bant. Pensive gravitas. The truth is that my clan and I experience great hardship. I cannot explain how it is I am standing before you now, except by his will. How could one be anything but joyful knowing that we were saved by the Emperor? Okay, what happened to your clan? I scarcely was more than a child when a malady struck our cabins. First would come the fever, and then the unlucky victim would start retching blood. After that, they would melt away like a candle. Only the youngest survived, myself and among them. He smiles feebly. But now, my family is growing, and I am grateful for each new life that replaces the one lost. Still, your gentle manner may adversely affect the faith's flock. No, we're gonna leave that alone. Did Lady Theodora come here? Your preservers always had due concern for the reliquary's maintenance and its needs, and under her rule, the faithful occupied the proper place on this ship. Alright, so. You...
Done.
None shall stand in my way.
Excellence matters.
Alright, I want to talk to this dude over here, though. What is this relic next to you? The initiate looks over the sarcophagus. The skeleton within is clutching an orb made up of many tightly fitted hoops over covered glyphs. Man, I have no idea why I'm yawning so much. A mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one. It was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of the great missionary Nadine Alinikov. They believed that there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness the moment the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us. Do you have any ideas on how to open the orb? One of your predecessors was the last to attempt solving this reliquary's mystery. It happened a long time before Lady Theodora, that's all I know. The initiate opens the lock and hands the orb. Someone has already moved the hoop around, trying to arrange the letters in a meaningful sentence. It will only take a few rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts. And the only question is, each with its own question. The answer should presumably be formed using the adjoining hoops. Form the question in the orb's first quarter. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold. The scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold. The scholars will see me in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within their souls. The Emperor. For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. Ooh. Form the question in the second quarter. I am within every human, and my loss is feared. For without me comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Answer immediately comes to you. It is blood. You have spilt it too many times in the name of faith, for you do not realize that it is the most precious offering one can give him. The answer immediately comes to you. It is blood. Okay. Another soft click comes from inside the third quarter. I am poison. I am perdition. I am disgrace. Burn me down, eradicate me, or perish. Rejected by the Emperor. I am poison, perdition, I am disgrace. Burn me down and eradicate me, or perish. Rejected by the Emperor. Weakness? With a click, the hoop settles into place. Form the question, remaining quarter. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him. You have to start over. Okay, so... Strength. Blood. What is... oh, man. Light reaches everywhere. The greedy see me in gold. It's... that's strength. Somebody's had to have figured out the answer to this, right? Let's see. Rogue, Trader, Orb, Puzzle. Throne, Blood, Weakness, Purity. Okay. So I was wrong on this first one. It's actually Throne. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold. The scholars will see me in humanities created, but the righteous will see me in... Throne's a weird answer for that. I was right on weakness. And this one is... Purity. Okay, so the orb comes alive. Its hoops shift around at an alarming speed, coming together and folding onto each other until the orb opens completely, laying in treasure bare. Once per combat, if the wearer does not use any abilities during their turn, they can end their turn, immediately grant all adjacent allies an extra turn with one action point. Stares at the relic, and how strange and exciting to behold a holy object that has lain hidden from the eye for many years. Truly, this is a great day upon the rogue trader himself, and has revealed the legacy of the great missionaries to us all.
A new challenge for me.
Okay, so where do I put this?
I'll pass. Absolutely not.
Ah, it goes there. If I did not use any abilities, though. Well, let's keep a hold of it. I don't know, losing that toughness, though. Albrecht, what is your intelligence? 30? Cool. You can have it, big dog.
Victory awaits.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes?
I'm always ready.
Leaning over, cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face. His fish-like eyes ran, peering in this room. Grant me understanding, master. Grant me wisdom. He winces. Your lordship, how can I be of service? It appears you are having difficulties. Nothing escapes your lordship's notice. As it so happens, I am struggling to categorize 3 rather peculiar confessions. I wouldn't have dared tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers. which would make this matter of the highest order. One is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions, you see, are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent and heresy poisoning the minds of some of our most eminent members of crew, but I cannot change what I have heard. He bows his head in reverence. I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your lordship to listen to these messages protected by the secrecy of confession. What makes these confessions were made by senior officers? These parishioners were well spoken, meaning that they're used to addressing an audience. That's a good clue. Perhaps they issue orders or are vested with power. And, well, after categorizing so many confessions, I learned to notice the subtle difference between... That's good. All right, let's hear him. The initiate steps, putting the commentator. Let's go with the dissent of... Allege dissent in pious doubt. Oh, I thought for a moment that it was going to play it for us. All right. So one question that has troubled me for years: why are there some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living and preserve the memory of the dead? Worthier and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I am still here. That's survivor's guilt. You're good. The orphans of the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, but every so often I consider, so you're not actually doing it, I consider increasing the rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. That will not replace the families they've lost, but it will improve their lives somewhat, especially given that the ship has enough resources to cover the comparably trivial expense. Despite the poor sounding quality, you determine that the voice is male. That is the Infernus, dude. You've heard the bridge officers gossiping. The High Factorium has taken a personal charge of the art. Oh, it's the High Factorium, dude. I figured it was the Infernus, dude. Light static requiring you, but you were confident. Lump-eared Calapis display high degree of social sensation, both among their kind and toward their owners. These animals are quite well adjusted, well to the void ship's low gravity, similar to their home world's conditions. Lop-eared Calepa meat is edible and should necessity demand it. The voice is muffled as if behind a thick layer of glass, but unmistakably a woman's. I'm curious who left these. I will seek them out. I suppose the confessions are true that if your Lord Special is giving the initiate bows, never have I imagined the rogue trader himself giving aid. Regarding your confession sorting problem. Okay, so there is 3 that we need to deal with.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Tell me, Albert, do you visit a shrine confessional to repent as all other officers do? Why, I always find the time for penance in the morning and the evening. Ship. The orphans on the ship have already been provided for the bare essentials, have they not? Our face instruments. Our fates in the infinite. I see it wasn't you. Okay, so wasn't that dude?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Interesting. So we got to figure out who these people are then. The lop-eared Kleppas, they... A stress interrogation is a good tool. Audiological weakness, she lowers her voice. It usually conducts under due stress. Thank you for choosing to admit that part to me. Okay, so she wasn't that person. The lop-eared Kleppas. I assume you heard my confessional message. Do you wish to talk about it? Well, what are they? I want a pair of Kleppas on board the ship. I'm going to quote my mother's expression, and that is impossible. You see, the species went extinct several centuries ago. Very sorry, they aren't Kleppas to be had. Damn it. I was fault checking the Vox device system, and the reliquary message recording works, but deletion does not. You have helped me establish that. Thank you. Wait, why lop-eared Kleppas specifically? At the time, I had nothing to repent, so I dedicated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother. As you heard, it contained arguments favoring keeping lop-eared Kleppas on the ship. I can still recite it from memory. Will do. Would you like to discuss? Nope. Okay, so we got one thing solved. Why are you destined to perish in the warp that others may go on living? And another lord, burning good man devoured warp. Alright. So he's not it. Agenta's not it. I'm missing officers though. Because I don't see the... Maybe they're in the other place? Yeah, I've got to be missing... I'm missing officers somewhere along the line. Is there a way to, like... Aha, there he is. Have you ever heard the name Fiery Reckoning? From what I can tell, it's a void ship of some sort, and there was a mention of it in one of Theodore's documents. I'm afraid not immediately familiar to me, your lordship. Please allow me a moment. He starts rapidly tapping on screen and data slate. I say, the house did indeed sign a contract with the owners of the vessel, with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transaction records of the ship picking up cargo from Kiva Gama. Well, that's odd. The data log ends there. Apparently, the ship had some interactions with one of the workshops on your industrial world. I beg your pardon, your lordship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide on this particular matter. Okay. Have you made any confessions lately? Your lordship, you're truly masterful at springing the unexpected questions on a man. However, I must admit I don't quite understand this one. The orphans on the ship already have been provided for the bare essentials, have they not? Fidgets nervously, rings around his fingers, and he musters the courage to reply. I will not pry to how your lordship found out about my confession. I suppose it raised questions for you. You are not scheming to misappropriate funds for the orphans' benefit, are you? I am willing to... Lavish spending is out of order. Concentrating your duties. Let's see, here we go. I am willing to allocate extra resources to provide for the orphans. I marvel at your generosity. Will there be any specific instructions? Make sure they get the things that will bring them momentous joy, sweets, toys. No. Nothing extravagant. No spoiling the children. Only spend thrones on things that will keep them healthy. Food, warm clothes, and training. Educate them so they may grow up in greater use in the ship. Assign teachers supply books. Commend the best students with gifts. Entrust you on the matter you deem necessary. Let's go with this one. No. Healthy. Food, warm clothes, and training. A decree that is both judicious and firm. The children will be thankful, and sensible care and nutrients is best for them, and the four stalls idle vices. Good. I would like to replace that with my portrait. My retinue. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Send insurance. I will contact them. I can make my own? Oh, hell yes.
Watch and learn.
It's not the correct augments. It's not the correct augments either. That's the correct augments.
Another clean strike.
Let our weapons be true, and our resolve.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Through chaos, I purge this heresy from existence!
Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. You can't be from there. You can be from here, though. A biomancer. Willpower. I want the Psychic Shriek. But yeah, we'll get the Psychic Shriek. What shall we name her? I'm Scareborne, she can be Terrorborn. The cost of the future, reset their progress. No. The people who buy our plunder. Okay, so we found out everything except for the person that has survivor's guilt. You'll get nothing, because I don't trust you. What were you providing for me? You were providing awareness and warp knowledge, so you're going to be doing the same. You're already at 60 with warp knowledge, so let's give you this. Let's see, how do we increase your psyker levels? The first psychic used each turn increases the veil degradation by 2 points less. If the talent reduces the veil degradation is less than 0. Stabilizing factor. Each level of character. Each level of Psyker provides Psyker access to Psyker powers to strengthen Psyker magic. So let's do that one. At any time, fellow void character, instead of in bloody mess, critical damage, contagious luck, just a flesh wound. Okay, so I don't see another way to increase the psychic level. What is that? Each psi rating provides a psychic access to new psychic practice, also strengthens psychic powers. So they still don't have that one. Alright, so let's go with stabilizing factor. It's the ability to withstand the horrors of the warp. Cronus, high willpower, lost control. Non-burst range, it also affects perception. Okay. Now then. Let's talk to the Master Houndsman. Have you been to confession lately? Nope. I want to my connectors. There's some weren't trying hard enough. Listen to the higher ups, or or has someone you know died? I'm supposed to know sympathies grants away. Odd choice person. It's definitely not you. I'll be blasted if I understand the thing here. Is there? Okay. Do you know about a ship named Fiery Reckoning? It says as if in pain. I've heard the name, that much I'm sure, but I can't recall the details. I wonder if it was part of that operation the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, then there's nothing I can tell you, Lord Captain. The whole thing was kept under wraps. Your the best chance would be talking to the High Factorum, maybe some of his treasury records. Okay. I want to find the munitions, dude. Shit. Feel like you would like the new 007? Probably. But from my understanding, it's only about 15 hours of gameplay. That's not a whole lot of time. Especially, like, if you consider today, just this stream, I'm already 7 hours deep.
None shall stand in my way.
Ugh, they're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, all right? So you lots can calm down.
But how you doing? Welcome in. What are you up to? Tell us all the things. Okay. What is this? Collect it.
It's about time.
It's the Astropathic Choir.
Accomplished.
The receiver, enormous reels, direct paper tapes. Yeah, okay. This being cannot be saved from the 13th storm. Oblivion is inevitable after the boundless sunset. Horrific. Wailing in the room. Oh, he's about to turn. Oh, no. Died. That works.
A new challenge for me?
Alright, let's go talk to this guy. A tall old man in a long green robe, motionless cogitator. The closer approaching, the clearer you hear his whispers. You call his name when he falls. Lord Captain. A visit from the rogue trainer is an honor to us. Like other astropaths at this chapel, choir masters' eyes are bandaged over with time-worn scrolls of sacred manuscripts. Nevertheless, you cannot shake the feeling that his otherworldly gaze is studying you keenly. How can I be of use, your lordship? Sanctioning is a brutal procedure, one which robs the astropath of their gift of sight. But, in return, they gain a new kind of vision that allows them to see what ordinary people cannot. The light emanating from beneath the bandages, flickering with a strange hues, and the choir master clutches his temple. His expression shifts away you are well familiar with. It is the look of one who has glimpsed the grim signs that evil has left upon your soul. Brush with phenomena in your distant past. I have witnessed the death of one of your astropaths. What happened? May the God Emperor rest his soul and protect him from the ruinous powers, tenacious claws. That was the 5th one this month. Our younger voices cannot handle the warp storms raging in the expanse and end up losing their minds, he adds barely audibly, if they're lucky. Something is afoot on the other side of the maw, Lord Captain. Something infinitely sinister. Something disastrous. The scraps of mental images that reach us from the Imperium carry the mark of doom. The images emanating from there are like a beast baring its teeth. You have heard the accounts of disturbances in the warp affecting psychers, especially astropaths, who delve most deeply into the immaterium. But there have been more and more alarming stories of late. Something is raging in the warp. Something that poses a particular threat to those with psychic powers. Citric Maledictum. A huge warp storm. So there's a huge warp storm going on. Interesting. Have you made confessions lately? I beg your pardon? Why are some destined to, while others must go on living? How odd. He grimaces as though with pain. Odd that you should have listened to my confession. We figured it out. I thought it was going to be the, well, I guess it can't be someone we can't confront, right? So it can't be the guy in charge of the ordnance. Odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why? I felt there was an anguish in the confession. I wanted to help. My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of your time, for which I apologize. I am thankful for your consideration. Death always keeps close the astropaths, and its punishments for the weak, and its punishments for arrogance and weakness are severe. I have seen my fellows die. At times, the memories are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that, and the survivors who have carried their ghosts with them ever since. He lets out a ragged breath. My apologies. I cannot continue worrying about these old wounds. Directing the choir requires a clear, firm state of mind. Let's ask him, oh, did my nightmare scald you? My apologies, your lordship. I sensed the strangeness in you, and my mind reached out on its own accord. I did not see much, but what I did see was enough. It grieves me to know that this mark weighs on you so. Trust me, I am well acquainted with the oppressive burden of doom. I know who you are. You're the head of the fucking choir, but we'll ask anyways. The wrinkled face of the drooping corners of the mouth, focused yet courteous at the same time. My name is Zachary Wise. Your lordship, I am the choir master for the astropathic choir. I was posted to this ship soon after my soul binding ritual on Holy Terra. You might say I've been serving the house all of my life. That's a odd noise inside the chapel. Does it bother you? Oh, on contrary, Lord Captain, it is the mental focusing technique used by your flagship's choir, one I invented myself. The music written by the astropath. What my charges and I hear in it is not what ordinary people. Its true depths and beauties cannot be fathomed without the Emperor's blessing. The music protects our minds from rudimentary thoughts, purifies and sharpens them, but above all else, it serves as a beacon of sorts amid the tumultuous sea of the souls, a thread that leads us home from the deadly maze. Okay. Well, we got all that squared away. Okay. Let's see if we got to tell that kid about it. Let him know not to worry about that sort of stuff with the confessions anymore. Regarding the confession sorting problem. Oh, nope, that's it. I found, oh, right here. I have found the sources of the confessions. You have nothing to worry about. I'll pass the confessions on with a note regarding your personal involvement. The initiate looks at it equal parts in astonishment. May the Emperor protect you, your lordship.
Doubt is for the weak.
Thank you kindly for your assistance.
Victory awaits!
Alright. Let's go do the prayer bit. You sure I'm praying the one you remember best. The character will gain 1 resolve in the next combat. The bonus disappears after combat ends. Can be gained after praying in the Void Ship shrines. Dogmatic ranks are higher than the conviction rank. Can be. If the character's dogmatic rank is higher than their other conviction ranks. Prayer in a void ship shrine is filled you with righteous fever. One-time bonus disappears. Okay. Cool. So we get little subtle bonuses from these rooms they've added. Okay. That's really cool.
Follow my lead.
Really wish we could use some of these weapons. How do we change the throne? How do you... Rogue Trader... In the phone pair, you can upgrade your throne unless you're applying the upgrade. The alternative throne appears automatically. Oh. Okay, so my throne's already applied. Cool. Let's check our inventory, make sure there's nothing else we need to worry about. Nope, nope, nope. Everything is... solid. I wonder, can I call my custom character in here? No, I can't call my custom character in here. Let me see something here. Is there... Oh, wait, he was out of sorts. That was quick. Well, hopefully everything's okay. The enforcers sit and are lean and muscular. They sit down awkwardly in the bathtub, clearly fighting the urge to stand at attention. Would you like to talk to your lordship? We wait your orders. To ourselves, do you have other responsibilities besides guarding these chambers? For hundreds of years, our clan has been responsible for ensuring the rogue trader's safety during the times of leisure and relaxation. The enforcer's voice are filled with pride. I guard the bath chamber just as my grandmother did before me. She trained me herself and instructed me in the duties. The bath chambers are more dangerous than the battlefield sometimes. You can slip on a wet tile, you can choke and drown. If the water is too hot, you can burn yourself. If it's too cold, you can freeze. There have been many cases where angry machine spirits have released sparks of fury in the water, and of course there are numerous assassination tips. And the woman stops abruptly and the other firstly loudly clears his throat. Prepared for anything. I'm afraid to take a bath now. Are prepared for anything. We live to serve your lordship and keep you safe. What do enforcers do with your free time? When we're off duty, we train, we maintain our equipment, and pray at regulation-approved intervals. If we do have some time to ourselves, we might play some Tantulu. And Bran over there carves things out of soap scraps. She nods at her partner, though for the most part, we barely get enough time to rest, let alone for leisure. I demand a demonstration. The enforcer looks slightly frustrated, but he quickly gets to work. After a little while, he presents you with a bust of the Emperor, half the size of your palm. The Emperor's visage has been recreated with incredible precision and attention to detail. The small carving surpasses the work of many skilled sculptors. I will have it play. Drop the soap sculpture and then how clumsy of me. Well, it's only soap. What a curious hobby, but the carving is yours. You should keep it. I will have it placed in my study. Speechless in amazement, his eyes shine with pride. I am not worthy of such an honor. Thank you, your lordship. You seem tense. You are ordered to enjoy some of this food in the emissec. The enforcers are barely able to conceal their excitement, and they shove delicious, delicacies into their mouth and wash them down with the obscenely expensive drinks. They have never experienced anything like this before, and likely never will again. It is a feast that they will not soon forget, and a story they will tell their grandchildren. Look at that. You will relax with me until I am finished bathing. We would consider it a great honor, your lordship, but please do not tell the Master of Arms we join you in absolutions. Mistress Schreibeck will beat us bloody if she finds out. And it goes through that. And that is so awesome. That's pretty cool. Now, did it actually get placed in here? I don't see the skull. Did they put it in the room, maybe? Or maybe it's just like they say they do this thing, but nothing actually comes of it. Because I'm not seeing a carved sculpture. Which is a shame, because it would have been cool if they actually, like, displayed something like that. Man, it's not my inventory. Okay, well, we have solved many a things. I wonder if we can actually tell on them. We ordered them to do this and they followed orders. Dispatching such attentive guards to my bath chamber, taking a bath with them was entertaining. You can tell on them. Oh, that's funny. Alright, so how did you come... So, you're wearing an Imperial Navy armor. How did you come by it? I inherited it from the previous Master-at-Arms, like the esteemed Seneschal. He left the Navy to serve the Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition upon death or resignation of an enforcer. His or her armor would be passed to the fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded the armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. Okay, how'd you come to serve? I come from the noble Soybek family in the capital world of Dragonis. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty, strict adherence to the law, and members of my family have been faithful enforcers for centuries. I am honored to be the 6th Master-at-Arms named Soybek to serve on this ship. Why are you here instead of basting in Draconis? Because of my cousin Macarius. A furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become an enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousins for nudging me toward the best decision of my life. I will serve you with all of my heart and wish no other fate than this. What's about the other officers? I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Tolamin has too much power, and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf and what to withhold. Ravor is closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Danrock, forgive me, but the man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. That's true. And Albred. The Seneschal is the model of competence and fidelity, and all officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. A grimace of fierce devotion takes hold of Sawyerback's face before she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. It is all the more distressing to see the years have not been kind to the deeply respected Master Wesaren. Soon there will be no rejuvenant treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such an advanced age. But we are all watchful, and they are steady to keep trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. Okay, what is your opinion? I do not dare form opinions about your lordship. That would be unforgivably brazen of me. My duty is to serve, not evaluate. Tell me about your service. I am ready to answer. What are Master-at-Arms duties? No, I know that. There are thousands of people on... Nope, I know that already. Nope. No, we're actually good. I'm not going to tell them about the guards. Because she actually will probably fucking hurt them. So that's the prison. As per requirement, asking I speak to you on a private channel. Greetings, your lordship. I have a report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in hope of picking up some voices from the dynasty's ships or homeworld. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Imperium's tumultuous, something is screaming. The scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no way of contacting any of the dinosaurs. It is coming from Riken's Systems Astropathic Station, so we gotta go deal with that. Alright. The Astropathic Station is dead ahead of the void ship that is motionless. There is a lifeless silence on the rock's frequency. Its lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths who claim to be hearing incessant ghostly howl emanating from the stations most disturbing. Deploy scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and they proceed to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous astropaths upon the thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged as if they were across time, servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again and again, only to be reborn out of the ashes and blood into more agony moments later. The warp manifested itself, twisted its very nature and existence. The main hall is covered in a crust of psychic ice. The green-robed blind man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in ice, and yet he was still alive and screaming. I don't know if that's a great fucking idea. Then Zacharias Weiss and a squad of bodyguards. Choir's hall, he stood silently for hours in front of the man frozen in ice and held telepathic conversation with him. Then Master Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain of the Gim Trophy, the late choir master's amulet taken from his frozen body upon death. If worn by a psyker, the wearer gains immunities to the horrors of the warp's effect. Ooh. If worn by a psyker. The psychic shriek carrying across the Immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came from the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was making a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of cataclysm, born from the warp storm of titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must have been able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into psychers' minds, invoking everywhere the same image: a dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. And now the Mad Choir Master has finally stopped screaming. The song of the Immanterium has reached the Rogue Trader's void ship too. Order the station to be explored. A brief, chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the Imperium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled back at the Black Rift and split the universe before and after, and a darkness would devour the Astronomicon's light. Seal the station, dooming its ghostly inhabitants to eternally burn everything. Void torpedoes scatter fragments in the station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured in the warp have perished with their home. Just you. What we have here, Lord Captain, it's not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in a local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more of a scrap heap than a ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We're registering critical damage on the hull. Depressurization on several compartments. Oh, there is an incoming transmission now, too. Hear us. Cuts off. Do not require assistance. Do not require assistance. Copy. Keep following. They'll pass us by. Won't they? Protects. I am told that our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there's an unidentified, badly damaged vessel within the asteroid field near Raikati Philia colony that is refusing help, which, not to put too fine of a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Can we establish communication and let the vessel identify itself? Yes, Lord Captain, the connection is established. Unknown vessel, you're receiving you. Identify yourselves. So repeat, identify yourselves. Do not tell him. Do not tell him we are done for. This is Thunderfang. We are falters and replacing a merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private vessel. A merchant vessel, and of course, damn my stupid head, did you hear the Thunderfang? They're lying. Ravor, damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by guns of combat. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has almost been completely obliterated. 2 engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to limp away. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? Your vessel's pilot, what happened to you? Thunderfang, why can we not? Why? I don't know why. What if? Certainly not. Our vessel is badly damaged, preventing correct identification. We assure you our merchant vessel Thunderfang does not require aid. You are badly damaged. What happened to you? Cacophony sounds, words, and emotions, chuckling bitterly. Another swears, foul explicitives. Yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the other shut up. You manage to make out a little noise. We're just flying, minding our business, straight out of the blue, open fire, miracle we could get away, Emperor protected, and more fire, who? Void only knows. Roasted our tails and everything, and the folks left without a heat. We never got to... stop playing games and explain the truth, what your business here, and this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done? It's too late. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We do not come here to loot on a different business, to help our own out of jail. Do not hurt lease. We already on Kronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our holds, goods. In case you are unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assemble of several dozen pirate factions in the Kronos system, or Kronos expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo of macro cannons and shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. The honeyed voice of the High Factorium interrupts the translation of polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you, although moral aspects of the livelihood do cause some awkward questions. The Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in the situation performing warp jump is possible. Commercial exchange. You do sell stuff. Hide untradeable. The wearer's range attacks decrease their target's dodge. The wearer's ranged attacks decrease the target's dodge. I have negative fire, it does not stack. It doesn't take it away. Cool. Do we want the navigator first? Because this is the house. Officers. Let's go here. What is this? Lord Captain, reporting the Herald of the Novice Nobility continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to PA being off limits to visitors. We intercept signals that beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. Told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected the accumulation of space debris on the ship's station stock, presumably as the remains of an interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Novice Nobility House requires aid, therefore cannot respond to Vox transmissions. Order our Auger crew to scan the stations. Yes, the officers in the Auger crew performed a full scan of stations, but the information is imprecise. They note the distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We are able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. That's a problem. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So there are people on there. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators, heralds, ignoring us? Contact him again. I am sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply even after the official greeting of the rogue trader and the declaration and inherit negotiations in person. Order the crew. Steam navigators blind, dock safely, got emperors, and dialogue. Yep, let's do it. Dead people. Raj. That's a guardsman.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
I don't trust this. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. Yeah, bullshit. In the name of, I command you to execute these infinite. Yeah, no. You are a traitorous prick. I don't trust you at all. You've shut down comms. That's not okay. You are executing people in the halls. That is not okay. A tall man stops you with a gesture and approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move. The mark of a navigator's fate is menacingly pulsing. Behind the lowered step back, or I'll unleash the horrors of the sea souls upon you, Emperor, as my witness. Albred, would you be so kind? The Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Scareborne, heir of the greatest protectorate in the Cronus Expanse, and the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that nobility custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In that case, I should turn a blind eye to his unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There's a danger of a glint in the dark. Yep, nope, you've threatened me. You've threatened me twice now, dude. That's it. Very well, let me introduce myself. Before standing custom August Keeper to this place, and so you did not arrive to offer support to these traitors. That is great news. Having said that, you understand that it's a holy sanctum of House or Sorlio, and the path is only reviewed to... It pains me to say that you are not on the guest list. Your lordship... Provide me with a navigator and I'll leave immediately. I don't really think that's possible. In the observation, we do not sign a contract and we do not provide contracts and we do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity, chart movements in warp storms, and besides, you have chosen an inopportune time for... Alright, well then you're coming with me. Is that so? I do not think so. You cannot force me, and you can only end my life. But that is not your harsh desire. Perhaps we can reach each other's... What are you talking about? You came here to the station for a reason. House Orselio will not be able to help you in the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us, I promise we will reach an arrangement, and you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, power, or the power of our navigators. Alright, let's... Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the nobility, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Uric V, and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators and blew up shuttles and brutally massacred loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared take her prisoner, greedy scum. I swear to the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Falls silent a few moments and furiously slams the end of his staff on the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia, and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly channeling. Help me rescue her and be gone, but waste no more of my... That's a bold-faced lie. If a psyker that is as powerful as a navigator was being actively tortured, then there would be psychic pulses and psychic waves of energy and torment being pulsed out into the area around us, where the unsanctioned psyker that we have with us and the astropathic choir that we have on board our ship would all be feeling that shit and reporting it, because it would be so overwhelming. So there is absolutely nobody being fucking tortured upstairs, dude. Yeah, you're dead, dude. Your words are rife with disrespect. I will not tolerate it. You invaded the sacred and have the audacity to threaten me on my own station. You shall face... Yep. Eat a dick.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Fully extra!
Suits my purpose. Nothing of value has been lost. You didn't stand a chance.
Toasted him.
All too easy.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
High momentum.
Guided by faith! Power resides in the will of the righteous. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Damn.
Nothing I can't do.
And so shall it be. Your corrupt way has failed you.
Victory is imminent.
High momentum.
Moving out.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate. White.
Yeah.
Bright,
You don't get to talk to.
And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Las gun, huh? We're gonna stick with our rifles. He can actually wear the heavy armor. What does it look like on you? Whenever an ally temporary wounds, commanding voice, focus, inspire courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time, targets an ally, steal resolve. At the end of the turn, Fortress World stacks. Never stop shooting. Half the minimal equals to half the minimal damage range this round. Each round, a Fortress World character gains stacking 1%. Each round, Fortress World characters gain a stacking 1% bonus to dodge against ranged attacks for each shot they made during this round. Also, ranged verse attack grants them an additional stacks. I'll have to think on that. Successful attacks reduce the armors by for 1 round, does not stack. The Arbiter's attacks made on others deal 13% damage, willpower resistance, mob justice. First of all, once per turn, Arbiter can throw a grenade that does not deal damage on impact that during the tactical phase can be placed adjacent to an enemy. Opportunity, steady hand of justice. Maceman, Weber, arc rifle, flame weapon, grenadier, heavy weapon. I really want to do that, but I'm not seeing a shield yet. I'm also not seeing a let's wear heavier armor thing. We are going to put a shield on, I think. So let's go ahead and get the shield mastery. Let's go with the ballistic skill again. Ranks. Can we increase your psyker level? Is the first question. Warp features. Enemies become targets of psychic powers, gain -5 psychic penalties until the end of combat. Okay, that's kind of cool. Let's go with that for the aftershock. And your willpower's at that. Let's give you perception. You, my loyal seneschal. Next military gain 20% armor penetration plus 8 damage and ignores 12% of the target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhances this ability. With attack the warrior. Okay. The warrior marks a target out. If the target attacks the warrior, slash ability costs gathers the might for crushing the melee attack, pushes the enemy. I don't want to push you away. Reckless Strike gains 20% armor penetration plus 8 damage and ignores 12% of the parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return. Ah, that's the thing. They get the counter. The warrior gains slash ability, which costs 0 action points and has 1 charge current for the current round. Slash cannot be used in the same round as charge. No. Because we do use slash and charge at the same time sometimes. The warrior marks a target, gaining 22% armor and 6 damage on melee attacks against that target. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, let's go sworn enemy. We're going to give you medicine. You are going to get ballistics again. Can pick out a stray bolt or shell casing in a day morass. Yeah, nope. You're getting ballistic skill. Controlled shot. Soldier gives a sign and they are about to open fire. The soldier and allies automatically dodge dash. Next, ranged area attack by the soldier. Damage. No. Nope. The soldier's next ranged burst attack will have rate of fire damage. No, we're not doing burst attacks. The soldier gives a sign that they are about to open fire. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. That's for the punch through, so they don't accidentally get hit in the crossfire. Okay. The soldier immediately dashes to the selected direction, spending all of their movement points. This does not provoke attack of opportunities and allows soldiers to dash through allies and enemies, but not through obstacles. That actually might be good. The next ranged area, we're not doing that. It's all their action points and movement points and gains 30%. The next time the soldier uses run and gun, they gain back all of their action points and movement points, plus one additional action point. It also... We're going to go with controlled shot. Actually, let's do dash. Give her a little bit more mobility. Psyker's powers have a range of 2 cells or more. The range is increased by 5. I might actually do that one. Actually, let's see here. Enemies that have taken damage from a Psyker at least once suffers a minus 20 to all resistance tests for the end of combat. The first dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers. Let's go with that one. Okay, we are not missing anything.
None shall stand in my way.
Heresy grows from idleness. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I can't hit him from here. I can see him, but I can't hit him.
It's about time.
There we go.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The premonition runs true.
Force far beyond capacity. Their pain improvised. The hands were fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery.
An expected result.
Save.
The Whispers told me a secret.
I better myself through my service.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Never doubt me.
Save. Must not let the miscreant defile House Orsilio.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Stand your ground!
Okay, so the soldier gains 4 movement points. Their next attack will cost -1 action point less and does not count towards their attack limit per turn. Until the end of the turn, becomes... Okay, so let's do this.
Eradicated. Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer. I'll do it.
I shall not fear. Not a problem.
I'm momentum.
Nothing I can't do. I don't have time for this.
Follow my lead.
So we've taken out the squad commander, and we've already dropped 2 of their other additional troops.
My place is at the fore. I will do my duty.
I will not be deterred. Let this be the warning to all who oppose us!
Boom. That's 2.
Onward!
Curse you, miscreant!
My faith strengthens me.
Cover me! Anything else?
Follow my lead!
Shit. They just killed 2 of their people. I totally missed the fact that that dude was there. %, huh? $64, $37, $31.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
All 2. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps. This is beyond me.
Weather the storm!
Pain cleanses the body.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Is there like a way to see the warp's current instabilities and such? Nope. Can't hit it from here. What about... Can I hit you from here? Nope. Can't hit you from here. Can I hit you from here? Nope.
Will do.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Got it. Make sure there's nothing else to collect. On training a worthy servant. Lesson 1, faithful. Okay.
Blessed is Von Valancia's bloodline.
Von Valancia. Von Valancia.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I need to look closer.
Oh. We's getting grenades. Okay, so there is some sort of... Where's it at?
Victory awaits!
There's something over here that is... Ah, there it is. Intercepted security officers. Okay. And back here there is something. There it is. Data 40. Okay.
I have proven myself yet again.
This looks like this goes over here, so let's...
A new challenge for me?
That door is locked. Okay, so that leaves us exactly one way, which is this direction over here. I can't... There we go. Tremendous honor, yes, but the promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard by the god emperor. Why? Well, you are a strapping lad, and you will probably make it a cycle or 3. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our Iho. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down, Keeper Felic said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed, be quiet, he might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check a catering unit. We haven't let a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he finds out the Keeper Felic didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Really? So Felic was already messing up and acting against their own house. Throne forbid. I try to stay clear to the squabbles amongst the highborn. Some of Keeper Felic's orders make little sense, and last time he commanded that we cut off communications with Rycord Minoris for a while. Why would he do that? It looks like he grew tired of Winterscale Scion's visits. Well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Felic. That's right, the Highborn have grown tired of each other and... Yeah, okay, so yeah, he was already acting out of sorts and against the betterment of the people.
None shall stand in my way.
The Emperor favors me today.
No shit, he does. Navigator flesh. Wonder what all these things are going to be for.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
Let the people grieve. Lady Theodora was with us so long that we started to believe she was immortal.
Possible for this old officer?
Tech use. Where's my tech use? 33? I don't need it to be 33. Persuasion, on the other hand, I do need that. 8 out of 13. And I can do my... Okay. Well, let's see you. This is better. Chain weapons deal 25% crit damage. Well, what's your crit strike at? His parry's at 95 fucking %. That's awesome. How do you see... How do you see a character's... Ooh, he's got Dogmatic and Iconoclast. Allows the character to deal damage to an enemy. If the character scores a critical hit, the target takes 150%. The chance to score a critical hit depends on the character's critical hit chance. The base chance is 10% for ranged attacks and 0% for melee. Okay. So then, realistically, you're not going to do a crit hit. Realistically. Well, you also... I gave you the chain skill thing, didn't I? Unfortunately. Features. Which does what? Did I not give you chain weapons? Thick skin, dueling mastery. No, I didn't give you chain weapons. Okay. So I can actually do something with that then. I can give you this because you don't... There we go. Your tech use is low. Your tech use. Ooh. You can use it. Cool. Alright, 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Okay. Still no shields. Interesting. What does dodge do exactly? Character is attacked, they will automatically try to dodge no matter the weapon's base dodge is 30 plus the agility, attacker's dodge reduction. Total dodge chance cannot be further affected by abilities, the effects of the bonuses, penalties.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
The duty prevails.
I better myself through my service.
You hear the screams move. Sir, are you right? We can't hear anything. Now I see you're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to traitors. Ah, you went crazy. I know you're all traitors. Traitors. Oh, hey, they told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you? I'm the person that's about to fuck your day up there, big dog. Oh. Or you can do that. That works too. Wonder what all this stuff's for. Research notes. Okay, let's read those. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so that we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. So that must be the flesh samples we've been collecting. Okay. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery, but let us get back to the study of the mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the extraction experiment. Adamantine, dust, and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised. I am lucky I still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. Adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even a macerator can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound to the formula. All the data related to the experiment were recorded on the data crypt K040H. I'll be back later, and then when I am done, I will experiment with H41OK. I have mentioned a chunk of meteorite I found in the Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless, although its shining granules can be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, so that's useless, according to that report. It's at 04K. Mutated flesh. Navigator flesh. Okay.
Accomplished!
I won't tolerate weakness.
I have proven myself yet again.
So far, it's all like just trade goods. Oh. What do we got here? 20% with no dodge penalty. We'll take it. I'm gonna keep my sniper rifle. You know what? Let's put the sniper rifle on the back bar. That was a pretty dope find. Okay.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay. Well, can we open this door?
Victory awaits!
No? The other door's locked. It says it's locked, but it must be able to be unlocked somewhere else. But where? Can't interact with that. This is just a barracks room. Can we open this door? No, can't open that door. Can't open that door. No, no, no. Well, let's go see if...
A new challenge for me.
I rise above hardships.
Ah.
It's about time.
Okay, so how do I open this door then? I'm not seeing a... Let's see here. You must use the main to unlock the central heavy door. There's a nearby. You must use the nearby main chamber control cogitator. Locate the cogitator. Return to the central chamber control cogitator in the previous room. Okay, so it's in the previous room? It's in the previous room.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Okay, so I am missing something here.
None shall stand in my way.
The power is out.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
We can't take the stairs down.
Follow my lead.
There's no computers there.
A new challenge for me?
I don't see anything to interact with here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh, there's a door. There's a door. Bit screen is covered with cracks, stained, dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism. And now Sparks hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull activation levers. The cracked vid screens of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitator inside emits creaks and groans, and lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator systems. Switch to the main control. Open all doors. Ooh. I don't speak binary code. Okay, so okay, so you can actually just click all of them. Let's see. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower level. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting and recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to an explosive decompression of the living quarters. We have located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is Captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming our signal. We never received a reply. We cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. Do you hear me? Anyone. If in doubt, shoot to kill. The following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above and have the remains processed. The negotiations with the Winter Scales were success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Data expunged. Identity confirmed. Regent Auron Toro Orselio. Date visit reclassified. Reason visit classified. Departure classified. Security logs. Warning. Damage to technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning. Living quarters L10, L16, and L28 depressurized. Warning. Unable to access the station's docking system. Warning. Energy regulation system unknown error. The system will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. View encrypted data. Requiring access level security, captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. Tech use. Breakthrough machine guardians defenses. You easily bypass the restrictions imposed by the sacred machine. The cogitator overloaded the process and words unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands have been given. Embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child, delete, picked, flow, disable, access code, and annual station controls, delete, activate, shuttle, self-destructing, purge, command log. Exploring the archives for a while yields a surviving excerpt from a guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. The comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support system, but Keeper Theobald has not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that..." And that's the one we killed in the beginning area, so we made the right call there. Okay, stay down the standards. The restless hum of the navigator and machine's interior, but soon required information project on vid screen. Bellic Osorio, location, main entry hall, status deceased. Yeah, he was the fucking traitor. Theobald Ocelia, location, upper halls, chambers alive. Upper chambers deceased. Ooh. Lower levels deceased. That's not good. Unknown. Deceased. So there's one alive. The child location, upper heartbeat, elevated temperature, stress levels exceed status unknown, attention. Calming procedure advised, attention, upper chambers, inaccessible, air. In the main elevator mechanism is not powered, air. The control rod is not present. If the part is misplaced, contact station keeper. Okay. Main elevator controls. Activate the elevator. Confirmed. Okay, so
Victory awaits.
we got some warp shenanigans going on.
The duty prevails.
Sign on the opposite entrance. Psi crystal. Biogel, black water, unidentified acid. Oh. Who are you? They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Tissue flask, data, catalyst, reagent. Okay, so this has got to be all those bits and parts that we've been doing. A couple solution for this. Okay, hold on. So the first solution, there are 2 correct combinations, though you can only receive one type of reward. The first combination nets you an adaptive antidote that makes you immune to toxic damage, but you have a minus 10 to toughness, and you get it by 6. The second solution, you can try the correct as Elixir of Warp Neutrality. This makes you immune to warp damage at the cost of fellowship. Duration, likewise, won't be able to... Likewise, you won't be able to deal warp damage for a fight. Ooh. It's entirely up to you and which one... Interesting. For the duration of one battle. Immune to toxic damage. Okay, so we're going to go with the immune to toxic damage. So, transducer. We are missing adamantium.
None shall stand in my way.
Ah, open the door. Very nice. Man, like none of us are set up for lore. We'll hold on to those for now. Ah, there it is. And that is still not... Okay. Loot. So there's
It's about
more
time.
loot in here. Aha, goods. You are the adamantium that I was looking for. Transducer. Adamantium.
Something of interest.
Tissue flask. Flesh sample. Data is 04. Catalyst. Unidentified acid. Reagent. Adamantium dust. Ooh.
We need to investigate. What is that?
Let's put all the rest together, I guess. This is still showing that there is
I won't tolerate weakness.
some sort of transducer and loot. It says that there's loot right here. Ah. Nothing, okay. There we go.
Unexpected result.
Permanently gains 1 deflection, but minus 10 to agility. Agility is the character's quickness. A high agility allows them to manipulate and detect delicate explosives, keep their footing, improves initiative, dodge chance, and reaction. Your character uses melee weapons. Their dodge reduction is equal to half of their agility. What's my agility? 30? So it'd be a 20. But damage deducted when the enemy hits a character. I don't know that I would want either one of those. We're going to hold on to them. I don't know that I'm going to use either one, though. It's Cassia. The pale figure is naturally long limbs, covers her face with her hands, which are deformed and talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously as you approach. Only now do you notice her third eye, the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes for the past warped nightmares re-emerge from the shadow of your memory and paralyze your will. You grasp the air in terror, drowning under the crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn down your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is this happening to you? Why do you feel lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Admits something between moan and drawn. Ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, and now one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure in a mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white veil fills her head. We'll shoot you in the head. Wound her. Let's go with the persuasion. I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out, similar to both a sob and a howl, in a wounded animal. What's happening? Was someone calling my name? All of these betrayers dead already? Are you? Who are you? You girl. No, we're not going to call her that. Matter of profane. Nope. I'm looking for a navigator. You look like you'll do. Nope. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features and nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Scareborne. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow of our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes are swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from the child. Lady Cassio, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You, the old man shifts and revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance of those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make out as you is either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move and I'll bring the wrath of House Orsilio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged, is making whispers and shrieks like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of a dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Places his hand on his weapon. At present, I'm trying to determine what's happening at... Let's go with the persuasion. I'll grant you do not look like pirates, come to covet riches and Rook Station, or like scoundrels in the Felix service. So who are you? Scareborne, rogue trader. Another rogue trader that's come to the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you are not so far drawn your weapons and your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orsilio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. If you make yourself an ally, that enemy of the house today, you decide. What service do you ask of me? Save the sacred child, take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. Trickle down the old man's chin. He wipes the mutated glimpse under. Save the child and deliver it safely to Regent Aronato, acting house of Solio in the Coronas Expanse. Rest assured, the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but everything seems to... I've got some reservations about the girl. Oh, shut up, Idra. Nobody cares. Argenta looks at Cassia with a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden on her shoulders. I want to know what happened between you and Felik. Felik is my wayward student. He came to Urok 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to reveal power, to revel in such power with others like him, casting in the house in the abyss to prevent centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of our greatest Navotis, Trisophone Orselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control over the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Navitor's throne. Hot damn, that music is fucking loud. They keep calling her a child. She looks like she's an adult. How old is she? Cassia's age. She's 20 years old. So why the fuck do they keep calling her a child? Because she is exceptionally young by the standards of the Navis nobility, who often live for hundreds of years, and because she was kept entirely isolated from the world and her family. Because of her family's strict control, she lived completely sheltered prison to the older cynical nobles and servants of the family members who survived centuries of political scheming in the Cronus Expanse. Her naive worldview lacked life experience and emotional innocence, make her seem like a child to them. Okay. So she's an adult, but because this particular family lives for hundreds of years, they refer to her as a child. Yeah. So she is an adult. I believe I have made my decision. Cassia shall come with me. Good, that's good. The element, but do not allow us to. But do allow us to say proper farewells. Yeah, absolutely.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
Okay.
What? What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Coronus Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Blue blood.
No! Not you too! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! You're coming with me! Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Urak 5, and alas, I have less than a day left in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
Once again, but the time for power does not make everyone weep along with her. Say nothing. That's between them.
What are you going to do to me?
Do to you? I'm not going to do anything to you. I was asked to bring you along on my ship. If you wish to leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract. You will undertake the service of my navigator until I release you from the obligation. No. Lady Cassia, I, Scareborne, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Okay. Let us aid one another. Become a navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orsilio at the earliest. Let's go with this one.
Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Urak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given... No, because there was traitors here. We killed all the traitors, though. Well, we'll let her bring her if she thinks.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel.
Okay. So, first things first. Looks like there's some goods here.
A new challenge for me?
So she likes painting.
Victory awaits!
And she's got to level up. And what are you falling under? Navigator. What does your inventory for you look like? You carry House Arcilio. Okay. And an auto pistol. Nope. You don't carry an auto pistol anymore. And you've got a body glove. She's got red eyes. And she's wearing purple. I dig it. I dig it. Alright. You can have the logic bit. And it doesn't cover your eyes, so it doesn't actually display properly. Okay. Give you the revolver. You don't need fire grenades. You can use fire grenades. Let's give her willpower. Enemies damaged by the Navigator suffer 10 additional damage from any source of warp damage. The bonus stacks with each hit inflicted by a Navigator. Every even turn, the Navigator gains additional action points. Every odd turn, the Navigator gains 20%. Every enemy the Navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge reduced by 5. Dodge and hit chance reduced by 5? Fuck yeah. So we actually might be able to... I really want to get rid of her. So she's an officer. Spoon of Denial. Okay. The navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with 3 additional movement points. The first targeted by the navigator's single ability turn grants the same amount of movement points. Whenever an ally in combat gains an extra turn, the navigator's 5 bonus will points until the end of combat. Resist tests of willpower. If the higher the character's willpower is higher than their toughness, the navigator wounds are calculated according to their willpower. I actually might do that one. Damn, she's gonna be winning out on those serious things. I actually think I just found my whenever their navigator uses a navigator power, veil degradation is reduced by 1. Yeah, she is gonna get reset. She's gonna get reset. She's getting reset. But that means I can get rid of Scareborne. Well, let's keep Scareborne squared away for the time being. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigidus is shivering slightly, and then the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of the sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak to the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course, when you are ready, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigidus, then lowering her lashes, slightly turns to you. What do you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Uric 5 long before we ever met. It truly is you, Scareborne, the person who the whole Expanse and Calixus sector is talking about, and now a rogue trader as well. A few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably. And did not exploit me in my wretched position. And for that, I am immeasurably grateful. It's because we didn't force her to sign the fucking contract. I am so deeply grateful that you saved my servants, because I allowed her to take the ones she wanted. Especially my valet, Uve, served me on the station for more than 5 years, so much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend me during the journey through the Immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence enveloped me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform a sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have aboard, but no red. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not time. Nope. Tell me more what the ritual entails. Nope. I shall insert all necessary supplies. Had delivered to the Sanctum. I'm not going to waste my time. Yep, right here. Delivered to the Sanctum Nobis. Thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. If you can survive my gaze of my warp eye when it is open. Yeah, sure. But we can't go anywhere, so I don't need you to actually use your fucking ritual stuff yet. We still absolutely need to do other things like go get an Engineer Prime. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lloyd Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor help us all. I don't need to perform a ritual, though. We don't need to leave the star system yet. We don't need the Navigator. We don't need to enter the warp. The Voxcaster Sanctum Navigator picks up susurration of clothes and pious chanting, the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the leaving navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. We don't need to go anywhere. Come here, Uve. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, and the low sob of the servant. The rhythmic drop of liquid on the canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurry away. I see violet vortexes lashing out in the ocean, a million flails, and an umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above the foaming waters, Armadas drowning in the fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And yet, here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and sun-pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her. No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips the servant switches, guilty my abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard warp speak through a navigator before. The connection is restored, and now it won't happen again. Boxmaster, see that you receive 5 lashes for the show of clumsiness. What happened? Are you alright? Shh. Leave her undisturbed. Soul-shredding scream down rocks from the servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, the throats raw from strain, and then sudden silence, the dull thud of dropping bodies proclaim their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be be whole in two. And my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor clearly. So this is... Okay, so what she's describing right here, and what this is talking about, is when Abaddon did a spoiler, he used the Black Citadel, I think is what it's called, and he threw it at Cadia, and it broke Cadia, and it split the galaxy in two. And if you're on what's called the dark side of the Empire of the galaxy, you are cut off by that divide, and you can't see the Emperor's light as the Astronomicon to navigate by, which is how navigators traverse the warp and travel around, is through his light. But if you're on the other side of the divide that happened, the Great Rift, you can't see his light to be able to accurately navigate. There was another one that was made on a planet, but Angron came and got fucked up trying to destroy that, and then Korn, the Chaos God, stood up off his throne and split that planet in half. I don't know if they've replaced that yet. But I cannot turn my brush, only draws me on where the way is blocked. You hear heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metal clinking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only a machine spirit, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need for me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of Station Uric 5. Had you opted to begin your visit on records with a different destination, the station could have been critically unstable, but fortunately, the decision made to immediately visit the representative Navis Nobilite brought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Profit factor? Scrap container. What is a scrap container? Consumed, granting 100 scrap. Let's go with... Yep. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engineer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by the experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Henrix van Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain that he was not on Uric 5. So we should keep this in mind and when making future plans. Why is it always business with you? Couldn't you just visit me and tell me how wonderful everything is? Thank you. That'll be all for now. As it pleases the Lord Captain. Alright, so we have to reset her. Wait, what? No way. That's cool. I didn't know I could do that. So I guess we're going to keep a hold of our psychers for now until I can get other officers to replace her. But we do need to reset her. Oh, it's not going to let me go all the way back. Damn it. Alright, let's go talk to her.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Alright, tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
It must be... Navigators identify so strongly with their houses, it must be difficult for you to not be able to lean on your elders. But you have my word, I will look after you.
You will? That would be most appreciated, Lord Captain.
So you've never lived anywhere other than Uruk 5?
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Okay. Tell me about life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends, someone you could turn to for simple conversation, not discussion of yet another lecture?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Let's see. Let's read our choices. You have a point. It's about time that we made the decks quieter. I will have the lower ranks stripped of their vocal cords. No. A ruler cannot maim people just because it is in their power to do so. On the contrary, it is our duty for every ruler to look after his subjects. Maybe. You may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside of House or Solio. I like the noise. It fills the ship with light. Let's go with the other one. Number 3 here. You might find this difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving them servants of their voice is not particularly widespread.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urak 5.
Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Okay, let's see. You are beautiful, Cassia. Don't let anyone or anything convince you otherwise. Who cares for the opinion of short-sighted rabble? They can serve us and die for us and keep their thoughts to themselves. You do not look repulsive, Cassia. I cannot blame the navigators or mutants, albeit highborn mutants. Let's go with the first one. You're beautiful. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
I would not dare make fun of the lady's feelings, especially not one as captivated me since I first set eyes on her. I cannot help but the sight of you brings me to improper thoughts flooding my mind. You were born of... Let's go with this top one. I would not dare make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since the first set eyes on her.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
And yet we have the happy hues here that we got from her. Interesting. What does it feel like to guide the vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Let's talk about something else.
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Tell me about your house.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Is Orsilio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orsilio was simply a skilled navigator.
Okay. And who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
You lived in seclusion until committed to scimitars, so then you must be...
So says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
I take it has a rich history?
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
With your permission, I would like to talk about something else.
By all means.
What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it.
I did think it was weird that a single Adeptus Sororitas was here. They usually are, like, always with their sisters or serving the ecclesiarchy in, like, an Inquisitor's retinue or something to that effect. You almost never hear about them or see them alone. So her being isolated like that is really out of character. Unless she is fleeing something or trying to repent for something. You know, there's some sort of dark backstory there, and that's the dark cloud she's got to be seeing. That's the only thing I can think of.
Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
So he's in the clear. Good to know.
Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
Let us talk about us, shall we?
Right here? Are you sure? Of
I guess
course.
we're okay.
Let us turn from personal matter. I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for...
Okay. So, wait, can I... So that gives that. So if I take this and I go over here, can I give this to you and you gain that? No, you don't gain it at all. Okay. It's not of interest at the moment. 30% more chance to trigger Perils of the Warp, which I don't want. I don't want either of those. So we do our relaxation, we get our buff. Lord Captain, it is most improper for us to be conversing in your bath chamber, and I can't believe you wish me to paint your portrait. Disrobed, I cannot. It's scandalous. This goes beyond every standard of decency. Prior scratch transaction is not customization. Do you mean to tell me that my body is more hideous than the horrors of the warp? After all, do not shy away from... We do have the lore. And it is an aristocrat tradition. I'm afraid that my teacher on here never mentioned such a curious practice to me. I have never painted people before, but I am willing to try if you insist. Items received. New portrait of Rogue Trader. Lady Cassia's artistic interpretation of your naked form. You could spend hours trying to figure out which specific part of the painting was supposed to be your face or your leg, or if they were even depicted at all. Picks up the brush. The two of you spend the next half hour engaged in small talk, and her awkwardness soon gives way to an intense focus, and she becomes immersed in her art. This painting, it may not be what you had in mind. Still, this is how I see you and your colors. The canvas is a whirlwind of brightly colored paints. The outline of a human figure is suggested through broad, colorful strokes and fluid shapes. You would be hard-pressed to call it a portrait, but a series of abstract images and impressions do vaguely resemble your form. Your style is so unique. I like it. Let's compliment it. Cheeks turn pink and you feel flush with embarrassment. You are the most gracious. It would be a pleasure to paint like this again sometime, though perhaps more in a more traditional environment. So let's see, if we do this again, can we call for others? No, we can't. Okay. It's so funny. Is it just in our inventory? What do you do with it? No functional gameplay mechanics or uses, though it serves as a fun conversation piece for romance. Humorous souvenir / Easter egg. So there is nothing to do with it. All right, let's just put it back in our vault then, I guess. Unsupported item. So what? So I can't put it in my vault? I just have to carry it? Alright, well, we got our buff back. Now we gotta go pray at the shrine.
join me in prayer.
Oh, it's just our character that can do it, so nobody else can do it. Okay, let's make sure there's no more confessions I have to worry about over here. Nope, I guess that's that. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so that's been dealt with. That's... I'm gonna guess that some sort of commotions on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the ward room, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should... Ooh. She's wandering the decks. And people are acting out of sorts.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
Engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, but it's because of the sloth or dullness of mind. When you walk closer, she looks up and starts to hide the wreath book behind her back. As the title alone does not hold everyone's attention at the time. I see you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
It turns out to be a collection of works by a Acadian commander and poet. Oh, cool.
Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
She gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin-clawed hand, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. The events that took place on Yurik 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well? Your only attendant is your valet from Yurik 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards? No. I hope that you have ample time to calm yourself and your powers. None of these are good ideas. That's attacking. That's bringing up traumatic events. And that has the potential of putting her in the defensive as well.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
A response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create distance between you.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting.
So 2 of the 3 have been negative. Let's see if the third one's negative.
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly and adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of gossip among the lowly servants and officers alike. Oh wait, folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising then that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
1 second, folks, I gotta take a phone call. All right.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, as they are good or bad. It is just natural to share them with others. Quite right. So I would ask that you mind what you say from now on. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. However, the crew's well-being hinges on its navigator. I believe this conversation has reached its natural... Let's go with the top one. I'm beginning to think that Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy.
Lord Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words.
Okay.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
She places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I would not dare make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who's captivated me since set eyes on her, which we've already said to her once before. I'd rather find amusement elsewhere, perhaps in the privacy of her chair. I don't know, that might be too forward at this point. What if I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if we were Nope. I understand that what you were going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago. Maybe. I am not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotion. Nope. Nope. So. Let's go with the top one.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should...
She has the same response as before. Okay. Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. Secrets of gallant conduct. How to express your feelings to a noble leader. Okay. Info. An admirer who seeks to favor of a refined lady as well as advised maintained pointed courtesy and finesse in his every deed. An honorable admirer will never defile a lady's noble ears with crude and indecent words, and neither will he allow himself to conduct that could besmirch her honor and dignity. And above all, the admirer should remember that a relationship begins the right choice of words. Shower your lady with compliments, and that will accentuate her finest qualities without putting her in a position of discomfort. A word chosen elegantly, spoken with genuine warmth, may bring about a change to the lady's eyes that she looks upon you. Once an interaction has grown more intimate, always be sure to remember the simple rules of etiquette. For example, should the lady drop her handkerchief, the deepest expression of sympathy for her would be to perform the following gesture. Pick up the handkerchief, wait a brief moment, and then bring the handkerchief to your lips. Touch it lightly before returning it to the lady. This noble gesture will assure the lady is the seriousness of your intentions. Remember that the flower bud of true feelings takes time to blossom. Patience, loyalty, and impeccability in adhering to the decorum of the nobility is key in earning the lady's favorable disposition. Cool. Hey, we fought in this room. We were able to open the doors last time. Alright, Let's go.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is. You are engulfed in clouds the color of dark umber. They carry an old pain and doubt.
As if in a trance, Cassia reaches for your shoulder with the tips of her fingers. Strange feeling of relief comes over you, as if your lungs have fully opened, allowing you to take a deep breath for the first time in ages. The young woman notices your expression and jerks away frightened.
I beg forgiveness for my inappropriate behavior. When I see such oppressive colors, I immediately want to paint them a different hue, to disperse them. I already mentioned I cannot control it, except this time. I thought I would be able to, for whatever reason.
And there is nothing shameful about wanting to help, but you should ask permission next time.
Absolutely. That is what I will do next time. Right here? Of course. Let us turn from personal matter. I have enjoyed your...
Okay, so we got the new hue reading. That was interesting. But we couldn't bring up the book that she deliberately left behind. Let's go put the book away at least. I really wish that I could put the painting that she did in there. Unsupported item. Unsupported item. Permission report, Lord Captain. Members are scared about a cult operating within the ship and have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard the ship. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora had held them in high regard and looked favorably upon... Okay. Well, if our previous rogue trader liked them, let's see what they got to say. They come in just murdering people. That's one of my officers. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into the ceremonial pose. Some officers whisper in excitement, while others muster prayers to the God Emperor. Why do you have one of my officers in chains and on the ground?
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
They fall silent. As a tall young woman steps forward, she moves toward you soundlessly in the dim lit, casting shadows across the mask which conceals her face. The masked cultists repeat the words in mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
Well, she's dead. Okay, are you renouncing your oath to announce us, or are you coming here to fight me? Because, like, if you're gonna fight me, like, I'm down. Has been fitted with a metal claw. She points in your direction and gazes you behind the broken mask, cold, grim eyes of an assassin. She pulled out her sinister curved blade, and similar weapons appear in her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Oh, okay. Their blade sinks through the air and rivets a crimson blow onto the deck. The young woman bows her head reverently as she hands you a heavy parcel. The others bow their heads as well. They seem unconcerned by the blood that trickles down their fingers. Okay, so they cut themselves as a proof of a blood oath. Okay.
We give you a blade. The silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
Okay, before you start giving me, quote-unquote, blood of the traitors, I could care less about the lowborn. That's a fucking officer, and I am short on officers right now. So I want proof that that's an officer. That officer is a traitor. Holy... that is fantastic. Oh, it's two-handed. You have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. Their devoted, holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see them as fearsome rituals and frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Interesting. So death cult watchers are more corrupt than who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote themselves in the deed of serving him, and sacred executioners. I want to examine the captives. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down tear-stained faces of the captured officers, more than one. I only see one officer. These all look like standard crew. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads and technomats and workers. Technomats, the lowest rank of tech priests. With meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Alright, examine the cultists. The cultists are all Voidborn. Okay, so they were... For those who don't know what that means, Voidborn means they were born on a ship in space. They weren't born on a planet. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. The red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry, where time and training have worn their garments threadbare and can make out a pattern of bleeding lacerations. Alright, so, interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew, they who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him as sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations.
They actually have his tarot
the
cards?
Whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
So his tarot... Oh, yeah, I can highlight it. A deck of psychoactive cards bearing sacred and meaningful images. The tarot cards are used for divination and predicting the future. They are believed to be able to capture the images sent by the Emperor himself. In the hands of a skilled psyker, the Emperor's tarot is a truly potent divination tool. That's pretty fucking cool that they incorporated that. Because that's something that is talked about and referenced in heresy books quite a bit. Your heart is filled with awe as you gaze at the cultists. You recognize those feelings, you've experienced it before. When you walked through the scorching flame and survived, the eyes of your grim guests burn bright with a sacrificial fervor. They serve the God Emperor wholeheartedly with faith and devotion. So yeah, when we burned away that... Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, we know what you do. Tell me about yourself. Are you the leader? Or its herald? Or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Okay. And what do you guys do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You mentioned the tenets of what are they? Tell me that those who have come too close to faltering or committing apostasy, but have not yet erred. So they're innocent, but they're going to. What are the tenets?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
I'm not going to ask him about killing innocent people because there's a saying in the Warhammer universe that there is no such thing as innocence, just varying degrees of guilt. We're not heretical. You have my blessing. May the blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Now, why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
The others echo her words from beneath their bone masks. Undergo the tests. Okay. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together forever. Or for the Emperor. Yeah.
Then, I will tell you of the treacherous blood that runs through their veins.
These wretched apostates were caught trying to sabotage the reactor. They are guilty of treason. I swear we were not set. A woman is shattered. In tattered protective suit, pushes forward in protest, but her movement is halted by the cord wrapped around her neck. You notice that all the captives have similarly restrained. The woman clutches at her throat and a thin line of scarlet appears between her fingers. Theft of weapons, sabotage, and the deaths of the crew in Bay AL-82. Do you have proof of these charges, or such claims a result of cultic revelations? There is doubt in the Infernus Master's gentle voice. With all due respect, it is difficult to discern the truth with these accusations without evidence. Divine visions and dark portents may be reason enough for you to shed blood, but not everyone shares that perspective. Enough, Heinrich. The Lord Captain will decide the truth of these claims themselves. What do the accused have to say in their defense? The cords around the prisoners are loosened just enough to let them have mercy. We're just technical tunnel workers. We were told to block ventilation shafts leading to the reactor room. Fume leakage, supposedly. We did not know we were doing anything wrong. We were just following orders. As for why we were holding weapons, that, well, you know. Okay, nope, she's fully aware. She's lying, an injured officer scowls angrily. They smeared blood on themselves and crawled out of the tunnels wailing, "Oh no, the ship's been attacked. There are enemies everywhere. Defend the bay." We rushed off to investigate, and they used their cutters to break into the weapons storage at the guard station. They stole guns and headed straight to the reactor room. Bone and sinew revealed your hubris. You abandoned vigilance for the promise of glory. You did not give weapons to the traitors, but you left your post to seek a hero's path. Yeah, actually. Though you did not act in treasonous intent, you are complicit nonetheless. That is very true. The officer and his subordinates are to be demoted without right to reinstatement. I hereby sentence the guilty officers to be shot. Take them away. I will not punish you or your men. Continue your service. And do not make more mistakes. Shoot them. The commoner wanted to enter the reactor room. I shall fulfill their wish. Throw the traitors in the steam generator bay, and they can boil in there. I shall spare the lives of the workers, for the guilt is unproven. Let them labor on the ships, but under supervision of enforcers. Throw them out of an airlock and let us be done with this. They abandoned their post, and by abandoning their post, they allowed the weapons to get into hands, and we don't know if there's others that have been killed. They do not have orders to abandon their post, and they chose to do it anyway. So, these commoners wanted to enter the reactor. I shall fulfill their wish. Throw the traitors in the steam generator bay. They can boil in there. Mercy, Lord Captain, mercy. What should be done with the rest of the prisoners, Lord? I will not punish you or your men. Continue your service and do not make any more mistakes. No. Here I sentence the guilty officers to be shot. Take them away. Take them away. I could not honor you by unshearing their souls of the traitors to the other side. That troubles me, for I wish to serve as your sword serves its master. Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your lordship, the spinners of the Bloodspun were watching and tracking and killing the house enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds, deeply esteemed cult. I am sure that they must have had a good reason. The cultists are a scourge of seditiousness. They bring unrighteousness to ruin. The enforcers respect the blood-spun web, but we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of the ship. Scourge and seditious or not, Scourge of the seditious or not, folk are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, the spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what the old Malik did to earn a privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family? Enric takes a drag from his eye-hole stick, exhaling a thick smoke from his clenched teeth. That's a lower decker problem. What matters is the bloodspin weapon serves faithfully the Lord Captain. Confessor. My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved the vessels from the servants of the arch enemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from the bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in the veins, the beat of its heart. The great sacrifice earned them favor with the house. You will be my shadow. Slow, rhythmic, and removes her ceremonial mask. Accentuate the death pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scarring. Henceforth, I am your shadow. An instrument of death placed in the hand by the Undying when Ford is ordained and his terror spoke of it. I have come bearing an invitation from Vizier, the bloodspun web. He wishes to know that the doors of the Undying One's temple are open to you. Are you suggesting the Lord Captain go down to the depths of the flagship and search for the temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship. Where's the temple located? I'm not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Irene and Matriarch Spider. Hers was the thread that would become the Bloodspin web. Her path began deep in the flagship in a dark tunnel of the freight line, and that is where yours must begin as well. The journey is closer to the thread than the web, closer to the undying one, closer to the understanding of death. I do not see the point of these riddles. Your temple is part of my flagship. What has stopped me from simply walking inside? Alright, fuck it. Your journey will begin in darkness, and the deepest tunnels Vizier awaits. Your blade awaits direction. I'm a Scareborne, and we will speak again when the time is right. Interesting. I mean, she seems pretty fucking cool. Numerous compartments you can visit. Yeah, I'm aware. But I want to see something now. Okay. So now that I know that about you, where are you at? Oh, damn. And you are also dogmatic. From an early age, she was trained as sort of assassin. No shit. I'm not gonna lie, this makes me want to do something completely different than what I originally planned on. Voidborn, Death Cult Assassin, Blood Dancer. So you're going to be agility. The Blood Dancer is now determined, and Medicare is now determined by weapon skill instead of intelligence. If their weapon skill is higher, the Blade Dancer deals... No shit. Okay. Anytime an ability fellowship is fellowship bonus, the character uses an intelligent bonus if it is higher. Well, fellowship is at 30, your intelligence is at 35, so it's not that much higher. Anytime Voidborn character scores a critical hit, 10% chance... No. Jinx. Just flesh wound. Anyone. Crimson Tide. A creature with bloodshed blood stain gains 1 stack effective of 1 stack effective of raining blood, which is inflicted. What the fuck is any of that? Okay, Blood Bless. This creature has 2% damage for each stack of Blood Bless. The effect. Bloodstained. The creature has plus 2% damage. Okay. The Death Cult Assassin next single target melee attack splashes blood in a 5-cell cone behind the target. The Death Cult assassin and allies affected in the area gain Blood Blessed effect. Every enemy in the area, including the initial target, suffers Blood-Stained effect. Both effects last 2 rounds. Additionally, all the cells that are affected in the area are now covered in blood for 2 rounds. Whenever a creature interacts with the cell, moves there, or stands there at the moment when the effect is applied, receives an additional +1 of the Blood Blessed or Blood-Stained effect accordingly. Additionally, every 10 wounds the Death Cult assassin loses throughout the entire combat, each creature affected by Blood Blessed gains 1 stack. And you are a creature with this effect gains +1 stack when the effect is inflicted again and whenever. Okay. Allies. Blood-covered cells. Parries and dodges. Do you have... Because you're all swords. Swords. Alright, so your dodge is at 80 and your parry is at... Okay, so we're going to increase the shit out of that. Immediately returns to the cell where they started their turn. This movement does not provoke attacks if the Blade Dancer used Death from Above. With Vengeance, 8 wounds. These are costing that costs a wound to use? No. That costs wounds. That costs wounds. The Blade Dancer's next effect, bleeding, 9 on all targets. The target must pass the toughness resistance with a -20 penalty or become immobilized. All enemies immobilized. We're going to go with that one because I don't want to be using actual injuries to ourselves. That seems damn foolish. Let's give her this. And she can keep what she's got. What is this? Raining blood. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to get rid of. What happens if I want to get rid of her? True path. Both. Target. Okay. So apparently there's actually a choice I get to deal with her later. I'm genuinely interested in this character. This character, stop fucking bleeding everywhere.
Domin.
You address me as Domin. What does that word mean?
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and Shadowless Sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amic means one you can trust in battle.
Alright. This is really fucking cool. I would like to know more about the sacred mysteries of your death cult.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
Alright.
The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the Von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
Have you never made a mistake? How can you be sure that you've never wrongly robbed one of the victims of their life?
We are carried along by a current of blood in the great river of fate. Life is not given or taken away by chance. If I see an enemy of humanity, my blade will sever the thread of their existence. I will not wait for a sign of his divine bidding. I am his will, and I do what must be done.
You hear a whisper in your mind telling you to kill someone, and you obey. Have you ever considered that these whispers could be the deception orchestrated by the minions of the by the arch enemy?
Death's whisper is unmistakable. It is not like the murmur of stars or the hiss of corruption. It is truthful, pure, unyielding. Only the most eminent of us, the high spinners, can hear the whisper of the Undying One and give voice to his will. They must hone their senses and temper their body and soul for years before his call can reach them. If it puts you more at ease, you can think of these whispers as his providence. The tenets are knowledge, an art that is passed down from one generation of the blood-spun web to the next. Even so, there are spinners who will never fully comprehend this knowledge in the time allotted to them by the Undying One. The tenets dictate how one follows the thread of life, but they are also the thread itself, from first breath to last. The tenets cannot be taught, they must be lived. Only then will you understand.
Gesture to the scars covering her skin. You torture your own flesh. What is the meaning of this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood. Each wound is a symbol of our service to him. Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself. Death whispers to me, "You are worthy of bearing his marks." Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
You notice several officers exchange worried glances as they eye the blade of... I presume this will not be a painless... absolutely not, but it would be an honor to bear the mark of the Undying One. Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Let it be so. Treasure his gift, Domin. Inscribe it anew each time you pray. May his blessing find you.
Yeah, fuck it, why not? Alright. Tell me about yourself.
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
How succinct. Do you dislike talking about yourself? A look of curiosity flashes across her face before it is masked by her usual stoic indifference. We gain experience off of that.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does not know me. So I have grown accustomed to taciturnity in matters regarding myself. Ask, and I will try to give you an answer that will satisfy your thirst for knowledge.
Alright, tell me about your past.
I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me.
This is making me curious about something now here. Make up option clearly to that. Attempts to be serious regarding the future. Present your option to shut down. You can select. Okay, cool. What was it like growing up in a cult? What do you remember?
When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut and wander through the bays for months at a time. Starving, surviving, dying. This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew we were blessed by him. When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain. Our blood became resistant to toxin, and our focus could not be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him.
Sewing your eyes shut, that's a little fucking extreme.
When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him.
Why you're the best? The cost was. I can now see why you're the best assassin in the cult. The cost was worth it.
Those who devote themselves to the service of the Undying One must be prepared to pay any price. Emotions, blood, life, death, memory. We all must lose what we hold most dear to become a spear in his hand. Some may lose everything, but they will also gain everything.
Your parents, your family, you never mention them.
When we join the cult, we relinquish our past. The blood-spun web becomes our new family. I have seen the pain, terror, and doubt in the eyes of those who hear the Undying One whisper the names of their kin. For some, the blessing of oblivion is a gift not unlike death.
You may not remember your real family, but are you truly so unconcerned by the deaths? Well, until you're liking in your game? Yep. Yep.
It brings me comfort when my brothers and sisters cross to the other side. The Undying One has called them to his side, so they can serve him in ways we cannot.
Do you not wish to know what became of your real family?
No.
Okay. I presume you have no friends either. Oh, wait. The answer escapes before she can give it any thought. Upon realizing it, she produces a small blade seemingly out of nowhere and begins to sharpen it with a pointed nonchalance. Okay, so it does bother her. She just has locked that part of herself down to survive the lifestyle that she has chosen. Makes sense. I presume you have no friends either.
Attachment makes us weak. The weak meet their demise prematurely. But such death does not please the Undying One. For a soul must not be claimed before their time has come. It is true that spinners occasionally cross paths with those outside the cult. But such paths always diverge in the end. We may walk the same road together, but we are nothing more than temporary traveling companions. It is similar for those of your retinue. Our threads may intertwine for a time, but all will go their separate ways, as is inevitable. But not you and I, Domin. Our threads cannot be unwoven, and only the Undying One will end my service to you. Know your enemy and prevail in battle. Know your ally and prevail in war.
Actually, a pretty good quote there. Do you truly feel no pain at all?
You can see for yourself.
Removes a leather pouch from her belt and opens to reveal several instruments of torture. What are those?
Tools for tempering the flesh. If a spinner neglects this practice for too long, their body will weaken and their sensitivity to pain might return. If it does, they will feel the overwhelming agony of every wound they have ever endured and go mad with torment before the Undying Emperor whispers their name.
Tormenting yourself almost seems to give you pleasure.
Is it possible to experience pleasure if one feels nothing?
It's possible to feel purpose without the emotion. Yes. Very well, let's just see how impervious to... No, I will not torture you.
You honor me by taking me at my word.
Your fighting style is unique. Do you think it is something that I can learn?
Your body will fail you, Domin. Your bones will break. Your tendons will snap. Your heart will stop. Our rituals of self-perfection are unending. They demand absolute dedication and decades of special training. However, if you devote the next 30 years of your life to its study, you might be able to learn the basics. It is not difficult to speak the truth.
Did you ever meet Theodora?
I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me, but the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
If the Undying whispers my name, will you carry out as well?
Lords and wretches are equal before death. If such is the Undying One's will, I will guide you to him, Domin.
Alright. Tell me about the tarot.
I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, and yet I do not.
The Emperor's Tarot is usually read by sanctioned psychers, which is true. So, like, these are highly accurate tools. Like, they actually work in this universe, so...
I am the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing. I do not command the veil. I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please.
You occasionally feel a shiver run down your spine and detect faint sparks in the air. You're standing next to her. It seems her powers only manifest when she is practicing divination or in moments of pious exaltation. She does not seem to be aware of her gift. So she actually does have a touch of it, but she's not aware of it. Okay. How did you come to have his deck?
It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the first and second spinners are allowed to study the sacred cards and interpret their meaning. We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate.
Okay. How many cards are in your deck?
34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy for the blood-spun web.
Okay, can you give me a reading?
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
She carefully takes out her Imperial Tarot deck. A black blade flashes before your eyes, and blood drips from her palm onto the card. She closes her eyes and listens. What does the future hold for me? She draws 4 cards from the deck and faces them face down for you.
The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost. The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate.
Okay. And that is everything that we can ask her.
May the undone.
We got a new one. Alright, so let's go to here, because I'm curious what that interaction's going to look like. You asked to see me, Scareborne. Do you wish to learn about the cult's rites? Very well, since you are in the water. I'll introduce you to a rare discipline of bloodspin web known as controlled self-drowning. You receive the honor, with water being so precious on the ship. Still, it has opened my eyes to many truths. Intriguing. Teach me. Close your eyes and trust me. Reject fear and remember you have carried death within you since birth. The ritual is simply a meeting between you and your oldest friend. You close your eyes and you hear quiet splash, and she has entered the pool. She puts her hands around your neck and gently pushes you underwater, and your lungs start to burn. She pulls you back up to the surface, allowing you to take a single breath of air before she begins to drown you again. This process repeats several times, and she holds you beneath the surface a little longer with each plunge. The fourth descent lasts an eternity, but her hands prevent you from resurfacing. Willpower test succeeded. Cool. So we got some experience off of that. As your empty lungs burn, you start to panic. You fight against the fear of the darkness swallows you, and soon it gives way to peace. As you listen to a soft whisper of the water around you, you realize that death is the end and the beginning. There are no worries here, no mistakes. There is only you. You and infinite nothing. Just as nothing is about to claim you, you are gently lifted from the emptiness of oblivion. Dominant Scareborne, you have been touched by death. What was it like? It was interesting, but I hope it will not. It was terrible. It was oblivion. Do the top one. Death is death. It is nothing, and yet it is everything. Because that was an exact quote. Now you understand the tenet of the web more fully, and will leave you to reflect on your experience. That's kind of cool. So, what do the other ones do? His hands clasped together in a business-like manner. There is an ominous glint in his unaugmented. Lord Captain, unfortunate rarity to find you at leisure. Since you have nothing to occupy your time, I will give you a lecture on the history of the house. I would not be doing my duty if I did not start from the beginning. I promise that I will study the history in my spare time. I already know the dynasty sin. Let's let him do it. Enlighten me. Clears his throat and looks smug. As I was saying, we shall begin with the origins of your noble lineage. provides you with a daunting amount of information. You still learn quite a lot about your dynasty's history, whether you want to or not. And we succeeded in the logic test. Twitches as he purses his lips in evident satisfaction. That is enough today, your lordship. Permit me to leave while you can contemplate what you have learned. Okay. Let's see what the others do. Argenta. Scareborne, are you conditioning your body with the water treatments? How commendable. Allow me to share some of my water exercise I have learned at the Scholar Progenium. Argentina does not wait for your reply, but immediately launches into a series of detailed instructions. Hold on a moment, but I do not... Let's let her have it. Briskly explains how to stretch your muscles correctly. Oh, our character's doing it too. That's nice. She makes you repeat the exercise multiple times and teaches you the best way to do bends and squats, and her eyes are alight with righteous fire and her voice rings with conviction. She shows you the same dedication to contemplating each exercise as she does to destroying heretics. Athletics test succeeded. The sister is tireless. It is a challenge to keep up with unrelenting pace, but you refuse to accept defeat. Your muscles are starting to ache by the time you finish an exercise, but your body feels invigorated. Cool, we got some experience points off of that. Argento wipes the sweat away from her brow with an air of satisfaction. Good work, Scareborne. Your healthy body is like a finely tuned bolter, a worthy instrument of his will. I will take my leave now, rest and recover your strength. Well, there's only one left. So, let's knock that out. Idra draws... Oh, she's over there on the couch. She's the only one who's come in and sat down. From her hookah, she playfully blows smoke rings as she lounges lazily nearby. This is nice. 5 of my cabins could fit in here. And don't get me started on the rusty nook I call a shower. I'm pretty sure you didn't call me up here just so I'd die of envy, did you? What are you smoking over there? Just a mix of Laho, a common form of recreational stimulant rolled in paper stuffed plant-derived substance. When lit up, the substance emits smoke that is inhaled through a tube. Stimulant. An obscura. Got a kick to it. Not enough to knock you out, but just enough to help you relax and distract yourself from the worries. Alright. Of course, Lord Captain. Realistic direction. Gray serpents and caustic smoke slither into your nostrils until reality becomes a blur. Your thoughts grow slow and sluggish, merging together in a bizarre kaleidoscope of mental imagery. More experience points. After a while, the haze dissipates and the images arrange themselves into a shape of Idra's face. She is watching you curiously. Can you hear me, Lord Captain? Are you alright? A kick is certainly one way of putting it. Wait till the crash gets you. Still, you're one tough Nutribar. I've watched seasoned voidsmen struggle to say 2 words after just a couple drags, but here you are, clear-eyed and talking sense. Alright, tell me a joke. What's the difference between warp storms and a dispute at the Adeptus Administratum? What is it? At least there's a chance the warp storm might end. Do you know any more? How many tech priests does it take to change a lumen? 3. 1 to wave a sensor, yeah. 1 to pray the Omsiah, yeah. And a 3rd to servitorize a serf to do all the work for them. Alright, one final joke. What do you call an unsanctioned psyker in a cabin? An unsanctioned psyker's cabin is an emergency airlock. Have a nice outlook, Captain. Okay, so is that everybody? Let's double check that. Yep, that is everybody. Cool. All right, 1 second, folks. I'll be right back.